Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. I don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now, it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking Time for Hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. You are listening to Time for Hemp all around the world on whatever platform you happen to find us on, BitChute, Rumbler, or maybe even YouTube. Please like and share us with your friends. That's how we get found. Today on the program, we have, of course, as the official joint host, Al Byrne on the program. And joining us as well is Al Graham, our associate joint host and editor and program technology supervisor. Gentlemen, thank you for being on our program.
Hey, it's great to be here, Casper. It's great to be here.
And Al Byrne brought us a great guest today, Tony Landry. Al, why don't you introduce Tony for us?
Sure. And I really appreciate being minimized as just co-host, because you're throwing titles out tonight.
Actually, you're the official joint host.
Joint host, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, my guest today is a guy that I've known for quite a while. We've worked in a different setting than this. Tony is from Louisiana, and frankly, I'm a northern boy, and Louisiana was, not some place I've ever thought about visiting. And then I ended up with one of my senior assistants in Vietnam was an officer from Louisiana, and I came to greatly admire him personally and the way he lived his life and how his neighbors and he thought about things. They're farmers. And changed my whole mind about Louisiana. And then I met another guy named Etienne Fontaine, if anybody knows Etienne, and another great Louisiana guy. And then I met Tony Landry, and I thought, God damn, this Louisiana place is shaping up. So I'm still a Yankee out of place down there, but Tony is an expert, and I give him more credit than he will acknowledge, but he's wrong and I'm right. He's a great spokesperson for the cannabis plant. He's a standard bearer for veterans, demonstrating great tenacity and thought and wisdom in addressing the legislators of that state of Louisiana. And he has become very, very, very well known and respected for what he's done and what he knows. Then the next thing I know is he branches out one day and he says, "Hey, I'm into mushrooms." I'm like, "Really?"
Hey.
Well, hell, we're all into mushrooms, but but he's serious about it. I just eat them, But Tony's going to tell us about being a veteran. He's going to tell us about Louisiana and the cannabis laws, which are pretty interesting to me. And then his success with bringing mushroom and mushroom education to the state.
Nice.
So the last name is Landry, Tony Landry. If we can bring him in here, Al. Hey, yeah.
Hey,
and
Tony.
this man in public without a really cool hat. I mean, even in the Senate House, he'll take it off him. But outside on the steps, he's got the. I'm telling you, man, the guy knows hats. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Al. Hey, thanks for that wonderful introduction. I'm honored to be here amongst y'all because all of you outstanding in your fields. So I'm honored to be a guest on the show. Al and Casper.
Well, I just understand that there might be some unique laws to your state. About the only thing I know about Louisiana is that gators got your granny poke salad Annie. That's all I know about Louisiana.
Plenty of gators down here, that's for sure.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, plenty of them.
So what are the laws like there in Louisiana for cannabis?
Well, we do have a medical cannabis law. We, myself and a few other, well, many people through the years advocated for cannabis, but we were fortunate, myself and a few other vets testified to get a chronic pain bill out of the House committee, Health and Welfare Committee back in 2018. And so it took about a year before they got cannabis products on the shelf, but I'm very grateful to have access to medical cannabis in Louisiana. We were able to get a home grow bill out of the committee this past session this year,
Nice.
which is another milestone, but it failed on the floor in the House. It didn't get brought up again for a vote, but getting it out of the committee, in south part of the United States is a big plus. So hoping the next session, we have a home grow rally planned for April 14th, 2025. And so we're going to hopefully push that issue again, and get home grow down here.
So if you don't have homegrown, but you do have medical cannabis, do you have dispensaries there that make sales, or do they have to go across state lines, or how do they get it?
Well, we do have dispensaries. In fact, one here in my hometown, or not my hometown, but where I'm at now in Lafayette, Louisiana. There's dispensaries there. There's I guess 30 licenses out there that there was 10 medical districts in the state, and they gave 3 licenses to each district, and not all districts have all 3 dispensaries open yet. They had some issues where they had to have a certain amount of patients before they could open a new dispensary. So that's what's happening right now. As dispensaries get their 3,500 patients registered at that dispensary, then they can go and open a second location and a third.
Wow.
For a lot of patients, being able to grow is important. It's part of their therapeutic benefits that come from growing their own. Now you mentioned homegrown there, so you can't grow your own cannabis there. No. What seems to be the resistance of allowing patients to grow their own medicine?
It's there's nothing really down on paper saying, hey, it's because of this, but I suspect there's a lot of pushback from the medical cannabis industry. That we have 2 growers in the whole state, which it's not a monopoly, but come on, it's like a duopoly. So there's only two growers, and then these 10 people that own the dispensary licenses. So they want to get their money back. They want to make their money back on their investments and all. So that's kind of what I get attributed it to. And then of course the alcohol industry, they don't want medical marijuana either.
No.
They tried to shut down our hemp industry this past session. They had a bill that was going to ban THC in hemp products. So it's just deep south. You have to go to the Capitol and just push, because if you don't, nothing ever going to happen. Right? So
right. Exactly. That's how you make change, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that used to frustrate Jack Hare when I was working with him way back in the day, when it came to working for legalization, was he understood that growers would donate to his cause, but he also understood that growers lobbied not to have it legal, because as long as it was outlawed, they made a whole lot of change. You know, they could sell it on the black market for a whole lot more money than they ever could when it became legal. People were growing their own, and they had other people legally growing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is odd, the bedfellows that come together on keeping this plant outlawed. It really is strange that people are fighting for this. But in all honesty, it is one of the best things for medicine and one of the best things for the human body. But still, so many people want to keep it outlawed, even the ones who say they want to make it legal.
Right.
Yeah, I know, but I think that people have different opinions on what legal cannabis is. Like when we legalized here in Canada, there were some people who looked at it as legal, should be as legal and as free to grow as tomatoes, and be able to sell your tomatoes and your cannabis at a farmer's market. Whereas other people looked at cannabis as being something that is only sold in the stores, and people can't even grow it. You know, people look at it that way as well. Well, it's a big wide spectrum for sure.
How did you get involved, Tony, with legalizing cannabis as an activist? I mean, you know, we all, when we smoke it at home, I mean, hear the police coming, we wish we could say it's legal. But when did you first start getting out publicly and announcing that you were a pot smoker and we need to end this prohibition in your state? When did you get busy doing that?
Well, actually, it happened by accident. I got out of the military with some non-combat related injuries and went to work on copy machines. And after 3 years of lifting copiers and all and doing that, my back injuries got worse, and I had to have a couple back surgeries. So I went through this cycle of the opiates, and when you take opiates long enough, they quit working. You build tolerance to them, and so after that tolerance built, then I started drinking a lot, and then that wasn't working for me. So eventually, I came across some hemp CBD oil, and I started taking that because I got off the opiates. I was just using ibuprofen and aspirin and stuff, but it was, messing with my stomach. So I started taking hemp CBD oil, and I was like, wow, it took a couple weeks now before my endocannabinoid system got tanked up ready and was working right. But after 2 weeks, I noticed I'm not taking I'd carry BC powders in my pocket, and sometimes they would go in the washing machine. I wouldn't take them out, and I'd wash them. And so after a while, it's like, wait a minute, I'm not even taking these as much as I used to. And I said, this hemp's working. So I went to the Capitol in Baton Rouge, and somebody invited me there. I created this group, Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis, and I got invited to the Capitol and at a lobby day, cannabis lobby day, and I just caught the bug after that. The following year, I just started, putting out information and my group, and then going to the Capitol and testifying. I was even in Arizona one time and lived in Arizona. After we got the chronic pain bill passed, we still didn't have product, and I had an opportunity to move to Arizona. So I moved out there and became a medical cannabis patient in Arizona and started advocating over there in Phoenix. I was executive director of Southern Arizona NORML, and we went to the Capitol and tried to change it. We actually were successful in getting, in 2020, we got the adult use cannabis passed down there in Arizona. But it just kind of one thing led to another, and that's where I met Al and some of the Veterans Action Council members down there. I was in Arizona, joined up with Veterans Action Council, and been to DC a couple times, working on cannabis policy reform, but just kind of caught the bug after that.
I've got a square piece of hemp cloth that has the AZ NORML logo on it. I lived in Arizona as well. I lived in Phoenix for about 8 weeks. I hated it. Moved to Tucson. And when I was in Tucson, I got a chance to meet Andrew Weil, which is pretty cool. And
that is cool.
I used to work with the AZ NORML team when I lived down there in Arizona. So I do appreciate that state. It's a beautiful state. Even during monsoon season, it's a beautiful state.
Yes.
Tony, you sound like a lot of us cannabis patient advocates. We know the difference, the benefits of cannabis, and we just can't shut up.
Let me tell an Arizona story to let people understand how difficult that law becoming valid was. We ran Patients at a Time conference there in Tucson in 2012, I think it was. And so 12 years ago, our co-sponsors were the University of Arizona Medical School, University of Arizona Nursing School, and Dr. Andy Weil's School for what they call integrative holistic medicine down there. Says what it is. It's holistic, it's integrative. They use Eastern, Western, they put it together. And it's it was at the time, still is, was the showcase, the first such thing that Dr. Weil pulled off. Now he's being imitated all over the place. It's good for all of us. Anyway,
Right.
Those were the three sponsors, and everything went well. 3-4 months into it, and all of a sudden I got an email from the head attorney of the University of Arizona's complex, the whole thing. And it simply said other things, but basically what it said is she had made a decision that based on the fact that this conference was dealing with cannabis, that it could not be held on the grounds of the University of Arizona, and it certainly couldn't be sponsored by the University of Arizona. And by the way, I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks. See you.
Oh,
this is a true story. So, I've got guests coming from Europe and all over the South America, and everything's being planned and money has been spent. And anyway, so I called up, you might explain, understand. I called up the dean of the medical school. I called up the dean of the nursing school. I called Dr. Weil, Andy Weil, he's a buddy of mine. And what the fuck? Well, before her vacation was over, all of that had gone away. But it was real that somebody at that level in Arizona, it was going to overcome having an accredited conference by the AMA and the ANA, we're not going to have that kind of knowledge put in our university system. So what I'm saying is that's what I ran into. I think our conference did a great thing in Arizona because I understood when we left, a group of 40 or 50 Arizona doctors got together and did something that worked really well. So I think that we helped, get the ball rolling and put the information there that people could use, like Tony later on, to generate, the right stuff. So anyway, I'm just saying that's Arizona, man. Having that law passed by a guy like this and his friends, staggeringly good.
Well, I can tell you when I hear stories like that and other parts of history of this plant, I'm always baffled because these are supposed to be places where you go to learn about things.
Yeah.
And when they say they don't want this knowledge in their library and they don't want this knowledge available to their students, you just scratch your heads and wonder, what are you doing? How do you call yourself a university? How do you actually tell people that you are a place to come to learn the truth?
Yeah, well, let me make clear here. We heard from the legal people. All right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I never heard from the administration or the president of the university or anything like that.
Nothing.
We never got anything like that from that side of the house, if you will.
Yeah.
But this broad was just a broad. And she said, I'm going to throw my female power around and screw the world. And by the way, I'm going on vacation. Fuck you. Well, she lost. But it was that sort of thing that when you talk, there's lawyers, and these fucking lawyers are full of the legislature. So to my mind, she was sort of reflecting the overwhelming majority of all them damn lawyers sitting there in Phoenix.
Well, it is good. It is good to see that after all this time, you've managed to just let that go and no longer be bitter about it.
Thank you for noticing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my Jordan.
Well, the way I put it in my book, I'm sorry, Tony. I ran into a broad down there at the university. Didn't have any balls.
Well, the only women I know don't have balls.
Okay, what you got there, Tony?
I had to charge, put my phone on the charger. I wasn't expecting to use this thing earlier.
Right. Yes.
And if you see me disappear, it's that puppy that has to be controlled now and then.
Oh, you
So if you see me disappear, it's because I had a really good hit and I'm coughing. That's all.
Yeah, the puppy was really here and went away. You saw true.
Mine's outside. That's why I disappeared. The animals.
All right, well, back to the host, the guest here. What are you drinking, Tony?
Oh,
what is that stuff?
This is it's called Drifty. It's a 5 milligram THC beverage.
Oh, cool.
By Urban South. My son actually brews these. He owns a brewery, Urban South Brewery in New Orleans, and he started getting into the hemp THC beverage business. And this is one of the very popular ones. It's 0 calories. It's just 5 milligrams THC. So I love it when, like, if I'm fasting or something, I don't want the extra calories. They have some drinks, THC drinks with 100 calories or more in it. So that's why I prefer his.
Is there a limit to the amount of THC that could be in that beverage, or?
There is, Al. There was a limit, but this past session when they tried to kill the hemp industry completely, and that was one of the trade-offs. They said, okay, well, we have a 50 milligram THC beverage just brewed in Louisiana, but that's going to be by January 1st. You won't be able to have that anymore.
Wow.
Now there is a lawsuit right now. Hemp industry is suing the state because they invested all this money into the hemp business, and these beverages, by reducing them, they're going to cut into their business. So they have, so they're gonna, because you can order this hemp THC stuff online, in the United States. You can get it over across state lines. So
I guess because of the Farm Bill.
Yeah, 2018 Farm Bill.
You should have your son consider being a sponsor for it. Time for Hemp.
Right.
But now you said that the hemp industry filed a lawsuit. Who the hell is the hemp industry?
Yeah, like, is there an association?
The hemp industry in Louisiana Hemp Association, that several hemp growers got together and they filed a lawsuit against the state, or they did file a lawsuit against the state of Louisiana because, it was like 8 milligrams, but you could have as many servings in a can. That's how they got away with the 50 milligram. They said, well, there's 8 milligram per serving, but the fifth, whatever, 8 times 5, there's 5 servings in that can, or something. So
what, are they just a group of people who came together for this? Are they just a group of people who came together for this particular lawsuit, or are they an organization?
There's some hemp growers. I think it's Cypress Hemp is one of the companies that grows hemp and has products, CBD oil and all. But there is an association of all the growers that's joined in with the lawsuit as well. So
good.
Okay.
Yeah. More people
so
to speak on.
Can you sell gummies?
Background.
Stuff like that?
Yeah. A little background, Tony. I was curious because Louisiana, I walk around, folks, and they say, well, Al, you've been doing this a long time. How's it going to end up? And I say, it's a plant. Sooner or later, it's going to be in the agriculture department. Believe it or not, I think I'm right. Anyway, so then we get to Louisiana. So Let Tony tell you how wrong I am.
Yeah, we're struggling down here. We, with the hemp bill that they representative from senator from North Louisiana put in this past session called for zero. You could sell the CBD and all that, but it had to be zero THC. So it's like, well, the plant naturally has THC in it. How can you grow it and not have any THC at all?
Yeah.
So thankfully that bill got shot down. But it's just about the intoxicating. That's what the author of the bill was like. We're trying to stop these intoxicating hemp products being sold at gas stations. But when you go in a gas station, you got these little airport bottles of alcohol, like right there at the counter where a kid. I got a photo. I got a photo of a bin that's on the candy aisle at the end of the candy aisle in a gas station down here with the 99 proof little airport bottles, a whole stack of them right there next to the candy. So it's their logic about intoxicating. If you really want to go after something, go after alcohol. If you don't want people to be intoxicated, that's the thing that's messing people's lives up the most. You go after the most thing.
What I wanted you to talk about, what I found interesting in Louisiana is what Tony's talking about now. You see, I'm talking about lawyers, legislators, lawyers.
Yeah.
It was just a couple of years ago that in Louisiana, when I think most of the positive work was done, was that Louisiana's cannabis plant was controlled by the Department of Agriculture, as I believe. And it has only been when we've shifted the emphasis in Louisiana back to the goddamn lawyers.
And it is an
agriculture. Right about this, huh, Tony?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. LSU was actually LSU and Southern University, historic Black University, had the only two licensed, had control. They weren't actually growing cannabis because then they would lose their federal education dollars and all because it's Schedule 1. But they had the licenses issued to them, and then they contracted out with Good Day Farms and Ilera out of Pennsylvania, I believe. But so, yeah, we did start the medical program. It was supposed to be about the plant and studying the plant and all that, but none of that happened. And now they've taken the licenses away from the universities and just issued them straight to the two growers. So it was I think it was just a ploy to get the program, to make it sound like, oh, this is all about health, but now it's just all about money because we only have two growers with 4.5 million people in the state. It's like
exactly.
So
Why
do
only
you have
two?
do you have to have a medical cannabis card in order to be able to make your purchases? If you get pulled over by the police and have cannabis on you, do they arrest you? Do they take you in? Do you present a card? If you don't have a card, are you okay? How's all of that working?
Well, Louisiana doesn't have a hard card, or a digital card. But what we do is we get our doctor to call the dispensary, and they just like a regular pharmaceutical drug. The doctor, medical cannabis doctor, will call the dispensary and put your recommendation in at whatever dispensary you choose. Now, if you want to go to another dispensary, you got to transfer your recommendation to the other dispensary. It's not like you get a card and you can go in and out of whatever dispensary you want.
What do you use as presentation to a police officer? Because that, just having your doctor call the dispensary doesn't give you proof to a police officer.
Right. Well, when you get your medical cannabis from the dispensary, it's going to have your name on the package. It's going to have all your information going to be on the package. Now, just like
a prescription drug you get from the pharmacy.
Now, if you get caught, because what a lot of people are doing, because the prices, we're paying like $60 for an eighth of cannabis. Ooh. Yes, sir. So a lot of people, what they'll do, they'll get the recommendation because it's a 14 grams or less is $100 ticket out in town. If you don't have the recommended cannabis recommendation or the package that your cannabis is in, like if I take a joint and put it in my pocket, anyway, I have a recommendation. If I get stopped out in town, $100 ticket. So
Oh.
What's happening, what I think's happening a lot, and that, well, people are actually saying it on Reddit and stuff, how they get the recommendation as a protection. They cost $60 for a year. So that's cheaper than $100 ticket every time you go out in town. So they get the recommendation, then they just use their own, the regular plug, whatever they, normally get their cannabis from the street, and they cover it. They'll get one package. They'll go to the dispensary and make a purchase, get one packet, and then they'll put their cannabis, illicit, non-tax cannabis, they'll put in a bag.
They must be listening to our government, because our government says the same thing. Oh, they're just trying to just get the licenses to go around things.
Yeah. That's been the story in Arizona too.
One thing I'd be doing as a senior citizen at this point, if I had to go see a happy ass doctor and have that clown call into a dispensary and me march my ass up there to get $60 for an eighth, excuse me, I want Medicare to cover this shit.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
So does Medicare cover any of that? Does Medicare cover your doctor visit at least, or what?
No, sir, it won't cover that. And then like the medical cannabis recommendation, you have doctors that actually bought a brick and mortar building, have staff, nurses on hand, and pay $30,000-$40,000 a year in overhead to run medical cannabis practice. And then they were charging like $150 when the program first started. Now those prices have come down to maybe $60 for the 1 year recommendation. But then you'll have like Good Day Farms right now, who's given a free recommendation, because they have dispensaries in Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. So if they got, and a doctor doesn't have to be in Louisiana to give you a recommendation, so they can have one doctor to cover, all those states.
Yeah.
And they give free recommendations. But what it's doing is it's just,
it's free if you buy your product.
How do you compete? Yeah, how do you compete with that if you're a doctor and you've got a brick and mortar building, you're trying to give recommendations for patients? How do you compete with free? So there's some issues right with that, with the medical cannabis. So, but it's just
they like, as far as your grammage, is there a limit on the amount of grams that a patient can have?
Yes, there is. I think it's 2 ounces every 2 weeks, or I don't know. Like I said, I'm just in and out of the program. I'm not using it full
time. Okay.
Full time, because it's just not right now. I'm not paying those kind of prices. I was in it initially, and I was spending $1,000 a month just with like 3 grams, and some tincture. Every couple of days, I was using, I had it all figured out, written how much I use, and I was like, I can't spend $1,000 a month on weed.
Oh, I know. I'm just adding all that in my head and thinking the same thing. Like, holy crap, that's a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a house note.
Yeah, like, wow, to get an ounce, even, just that's ridiculous.
So that's why we're pushing for home grow, and then the caregivers program, where if you're elderly and living in assisted living, you can't grow weed in there, so you should be able to still have somebody grow it for you instead of going through these the 2 growers.
The designated grower, like you say, a caregiver.
Yeah, caregiver grows for 10 patients or something in a small barn or something at his house. We need to have that in Louisiana too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All righty. Where should we go next, guys? Do we want to find out? You mentioned about your Veteran Action Council, that you're involved with that.
Yeah. The VAC is formed up in 2020. When I was in Arizona, I worked with these guys, and we said, let's all join our heads, because we all bring something from a different part of the country. We'll get together and meet. We meet Mondays, Wednesdays, and every other week on either a Thursday night, which is a buddy check-in. We do we come into the room, and we take care of the little bit of business agenda, whatever we're working on, and then we'll turn off the recording. We'll just do a buddy check-in with everybody, telling, what's going on. Like I
Is
was
that,
talking
is,
about
is that what this
Louisiana.
is here that I'm showing on the screen?
This is my mushroom journey. I kind of branched off with the cannabis. In between the sessions, there wasn't a lot of cannabis work to do, so I said, well, let me. When I was in Arizona, I learned how to grow mushrooms, gourmet blue oyster mushrooms and stuff. So when I came down to Louisiana, no one really was doing much of this. So I said, well, let me start this Swamp Spore Society. What I did, I asked AI what a good name for a mushroom group in Louisiana was, and he gave me a list of about 10 names, and I posted them on Reddit, and I asked everybody to vote on them. And this Swamp Spore, it was a Swamp Spore Alliance, but we decided in our first meeting. I reserved some space in the library, and I had a demonstration. I just had all my mushroom gear. Everybody came, and I said, well, hey, if we started a mushroom club, would y'all like that? Yeah, a few of them raised their hand. Yeah. Okay, so that's when I said, well, let me figure out a name for it. So I got the Swamp Sports Alliance, but at our first meeting, we actually went a mushroom grower who has a all caps mushroom business in Louisiana. He kind of partnered with me and said, yeah, this is good. So he sells these all-in-one grow bags, and where you can just inject your spores right into this plug, spray a little alcohol on it and sterilize it, and inject your spores in it, and you have your grain right in the bottom of the bag. So, and then
wow, and you just grow your mushrooms in that bag.
Right there in the bag. It's the simplest thing out. It's like anybody can do. They say it's so simple, a caveman can do it.
Wow.
And are they psychedelic mushrooms?
Yes, we have a law in Louisiana that now in the Swamp Sport Society, Casper, I don't need the heat. I don't need to bring the heat down on me, and so we grow blue oyster mushrooms. But once you learn the knowledge of growing mushrooms, you can grow any kind. You can go out in the yard and pick a mushroom and bring it in and put a little piece of it on one of these agar plates. I've done it. I went to Whole Foods and got some lion's mane. I came in, and you work in what they call a still air box. It's just a box. You flip it over and you work inside these holes in there where you don't get a lot of mold and stuff floating around. Because when you open this up, if I opened it in this room right now, tomorrow it'd be all green and just nasty looking because it's full of mold and mildew in the air, right?
Right.
So we that's what we do at the Swamp Spore Society. I bring 3 or 4 of those tubs and set them up in there. But yet the spores we can order. These are all psilocybe mushroom spores, penis envy.
Bring that back up again. Bring that back up again.
Yeah, these are from Spore Works. It's
Alrighty.
It's all, you can't really read the labels, but they're all and I inoculated some jars with these psilocybe mushrooms, and they're right now they're just starting to make these jars myself. Get just some new wide mouth quart jars, and I pop 2 holes in there with a Phillips screwdriver. And I wipe it with alcohol, and I stick the air patch. You got mushrooms breathe air, oxygen, so you have to have an air transfer patch with a micropore, just to let air in, not the mold. And then this other right here is just a self-sealing port. You put the mushroom spore syringe right into this port right here. You spray it with alcohol and you inject it in here.
So is that like a steel needle that goes through the cover there? Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
It's a regular.
So you don't even open it up to put it in there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now after you go into the jar with it, when it's new, it's okay. You can spray it with alcohol and go into there. But then after you use it once, you take a little mini torch and you burn this needle to where it's glowing red, and then you sterilize it. Then you can go into the next jar.
Oh, so you got to sterilize it in between each one that you do?
Each time. Now, this jar is fully colonized. This is a grain jar that got, now this one I just opened the lid inside the steel air box. This is an old, I put some tape, this micropore. You can buy this at any kind of drugstore, the tape. But this jar here, what I would do next would be take it and put it in some cocoa core, which is on the top of this bag right here. But this is all sterilized already. See, I have to take the cocoa core and a brick, this brick right here, and put it in a 5-gallon bucket with boiling water and let it pasteurize. You know, it kills all any kind of mold. But this is all done already for you. It's all the mushroom guy, all caps, my friend Michael, he sterilizes all this together. So it's like a simple, and then there's your air patch up here. You see, you got a little, and these are some B plus. So
you got a patent on this stuff?
A what?
You got a patent on that process yet? No. You should, man. Somebody will grab it and make some money.
Well, these bags, you can order these bags from a lot of different mushroom shops. Now that Colorado and then I think it's Oregon, it has legal psilocybin retreat centers, and they decriminalized growing it. Massachusetts just they had a good deal over there in Massachusetts. You could grow much as you want in a 10 by 10 room in your house, psilocybin, but the bill didn't pass. I don't know what happened there, but didn't pass.
Yeah, because that bill included ibogaine and mescal, something.
Yeah, probably San Pedro. The San Pedro cactus is one molecule off of peyote, which is a protected cactus. But the San Pedro, which it's just that long, looks like an arm cactus. You can get them at Home Depot. It'll it has hallucinogenic properties in it. So, and it's just
you get it at Home Depot.
Yes, San Pedro. Oh, in Arizona, they grow it everywhere, in people's yard, everywhere.
Does Home Depot know this?
Probably do. I'm sure you'll get plenty of requests, I'm sure.
There'll be a rush in Canadian Home Depots tomorrow.
Yeah. Everybody
want to grow cactus.
Yeah, when I was in Arizona, I went to 2019 psychedelic conference in Phoenix, and it just blew my mind opening, because living in Louisiana is pretty sheltered, especially South Louisiana. It's not, everybody's scared to do anything. So there's nothing like that going on. So when I moved out to Arizona, I said, well, a psychedelic conference, I don't know anything about that. Let me go check it out. So I went and learned about ayahuasca and ibogaine and peyote and San Pedro and all those hallucinogenic plants. They had a lot of great speakers, and actually I went to an ayahuasca ceremony after that, and it killed my cravings for beer overnight. I was drinking heavy back in Arizona too. I went, drank that ayahuasca. The next morning, you get up, you go back to your house, and I had 3 beers in the icebox. I opened them up, poured them all down, and I didn't drink it again for like 3 years. It wasn't until I moved back to Louisiana down here, I went through a divorce and got back connected up with old friends and that. And I said, well, let me just drink 1 or 2. I ended up going back to Arizona to ayahuasca not long after that, because when you have like alcohol, addiction or something, I don't know what it is, but you can't, you just have to abstain. And so it's good to get a little tune up with the psychedelic medicine once a year or something, just to kind of keep you fresh,
Now, a friend of mine, she's actually a host on the Pace Radio Network. She just got back from a conference out in British Columbia, Spirit Plant Conference. So do you travel around to different conferences and things to talk to people, or?
No, I have. I went to gosh, it's been a few years now, but a conference out in Virginia, and spoke at one conference on psychedelics. It was addiction and psychedelic awareness or something, my speech, and I just talked about how
there's a lot of people who are turning to them, to deal with that anxiety, mental health issues, depression and that. So
Depression.
When you took ayahuasca, did you find your third eye? Did you talk to the little creatures on the other eye and meet all the little men and angels and all the three-dimensional beings that people talk about when they do ayahuasca?
No, I didn't see any Casper in that. Back when I lived in Arizona, I was smoking cannabis a lot. And you're supposed to quit cannabis like 30 days before you go into that. So when I went back the second time, when I moved back here, I flew back to Tucson for a ceremony. And the excellent AYA guide, GUIDE, AYA guide. If you Google that, you'll find the people that do these ceremonies in Tucson. Excellent group. I've been to dozens of ceremonies, but when the time I went back, I actually saw green ones and zeros on the edges of the beams up, and I saw, I think, a snake or something, but no little green machine nails or anything like that.
You mentioned
you didn't open up your third eye?
Not that much.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned you couldn't consume any cannabis for 30 days. My understanding, when you're doing the ayahuasca, you also have to. There's also a diet as well, food diet intake, things that you have to take, things that you can't take. Some of those things are healthy, even healthy foods that you're not supposed to take.
There is a diet that they call it. The whole process that you kind of have to set intentions and start. I want to go work on this for myself. Whatever you're going through, depression, I want to go clean this up. So you start the thought process in your brain. I think what's happening. So whenever you get the medicine, it actually builds. It's a it generates nerve endings and stuff. The psychedelic medicine. So it forms a new pathway to what I've envisioned. Like when you're born, all your synapses are fired, but every time you get shot at or beat up, they go like this. So when you take the medicine, it kind of opens that up and lets everything start connected again. And that's the way I see it.
I'll tell you, my mushroom story was psilocybin, and I had what they call cluster headaches, which are very, very terrible migraines, and they simply come at you in clusters. And I would describe the pain as somebody takes a rather large knife, sticks it in your eye, and twists it around forever.
Oh, geez.
They put me on all kinds of little things that they tried. I carried an oxygen bottle with me for 20 years. Because taking that as I followed the aura of the headaches coming on seemed to sometimes help. So, anything goes. And then a guy I was working with, you'll recognize the name, Ethan Russo, a doctor, a cohort of mine, and a fellow golden retriever owner. We have all sorts of connections. He knew of my problem. And he called me one day and he said, I think I got a solution for you. He's an amateur botanist on a world-class scale. And he had come across this idea of mushrooms. Just back now, we're talking 1990s. World-class idea about using mushrooms to stop these terrible migraines. And what he recommended is get the psilocybin. I did so, a little fresh. They were Virginia psilocybin, for the disease editing. And he said, as soon as you feel that aura coming on, of that headache going to bang your ass, you get those things, chew them up, not a lot. It was a couple of buttons and a couple of stems, and chew them up real good and take it with grapefruit juice. He thought the acid would release the molecules or something quicker. And God damn it worked. And nice. I did once. And I haven't had a migraine headache since 1990. Now, to even further the story, I told Ethan, I said, it worked. He said, great. He called me back a couple of weeks, months later. He said, hey, you got any more of those mushrooms? I do. He said, could you send them out to a colleague of mine in Missoula, Montana, where he lived and worked at the time? And I said, sure. And I did so. And then it was an MD buddy of hers. And she called me and said, I got your mushrooms. Thank you. What do I do with them? I said, well, this is what Ethan told me. Here's what I did. And she called me back a couple of time later, and she said, damn, I tried it out and it didn't work. I got a headache. And I said, well, I'm sorry, man. All I can say is try it again. It fucking worked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
She tried it again and it worked. And I have not communicated with her for about 5 years. But that whole period of time, she didn't get another headache either. So what Tony's talking about is undoing synapses that are crooked and straighten them out and building a new one or whatever the hell it does up there. And to me, it's another potential health benefit that's harmless, like cannabis.
Right.
Taken correctly in the right environment, et cetera, the mushroom can do you no harm and maybe help somebody like me. I mean, it changed my life in a way positive thing. It's worth a shot. So, Tony, what you're doing, your education, one of the reasons I wanted you to talk to us tonight and the audience to say, hey, this is good stuff. And so thank you for doing that.
Well, that brings me to this question. George Harrison, for those who don't know, he was part of Paul McCartney's first boy band called the Beatles. George Harrison once stated that he recommended doing psychedelics 3 times. The first time to learn the psychedelic, the second time to learn yourself, and the third time to learn the universe. But after that, there's no need in taking them. Now, my question to you, Tony, is that true? And when a person takes mushrooms, are they like hallucinating and they're not able to drive? They're not able, when they look at the TV, it melts. When they go to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee, they can't find the cup, let alone the coffee.
Yeah, I've talked to someone in Arizona who took there's different doses. There's a micro dose, which is like 1/10 of a heroic dose, and then in between there's a recreational dose where you just the micro dose is not supposed to be perceptual. You just kind of, your phone might be a little brighter, you're in a little better mood. Then the recreational dose might be like 1 gram of dried mushroom. It's just going to put you in a slight drunk type feeling or intoxicated feeling. And then the heroic dose, you want to be in the right setting and not be upset and angry or anything. Just go into it with good intentions and take the medicine and be in a quiet, dark area with some maybe some shades over your eyes and some light music. And it's best if you have no experience at all, not to do that alone. To have somebody with you, But someone who takes it like all the time. I knew a guy in Arizona, and he told me he took like 30 days. He took the heroic dose, 30 days in a row, and he said it causes like you never get off the trip after that. Took him forever to not feel the effects of those mushrooms. It's there's a syndrome. I'm not sure what the name of it is, Casper, but there is something that you can take too much mushrooms for too long, and it'll lock you into that high or intoxicated feeling. So yeah, I would say take it not like even mushrooms. You're supposed to take like 3 days on and then a couple of days off because you build tolerance to it. So you want to just you don't want to use it every day. And it, actually, I don't think there's anybody who ever took mushrooms like tonight and woke up in the next morning jonesing for mushrooms, being like, yeah, I gotta get some more of that.
No. Those micro doses, my understanding, they could be as low as like 20 milligrams of mushrooms up to about 150 milligrams, somewhere around there. Get it? I know around here, I know a lady that's her. She goes around to different events and she sells all kinds of psilocybin infused baked goods, chocolates and stuff like that. And it's very popular.
I asked because it was one thing when I was younger and I didn't have any crisis in my life at that point to drop acid or to take meth or to eat mushrooms or to do any type of psychedelic, and I'd have a good time. But now that I'm nearly 100, I've been through a handful of things that I don't want to focus on while I'm tripping.
Well, like Tony said, do the low dose, do the micro dosing, and it can sort of calm the mind. There's the sort of a reset, like the reconnection of those, like, as you mentioned, the circuits within our brains, and just doing a microdose can be beneficial to people.
Yes, Paul
And not get you stoned.
Paul Stamets has a stack because psilocybin is a vasoconstrictor. So that's why you get cold when you take just psilocybin. Sometimes you get cold and chills because it's constricting your vein. So he takes niacin, dose 50 milligram dose of niacin, which is a vasodilator, and then he takes lion's mane, which lion's mane mushroom repairs the nerve, the dead. See what happened? The mycelium sheet around your nerve, it starts fading away, dying, and then the nerve starts dying. So the lion's mane rebuilds that, and the psilocybin rebuilds the nerve. So you take all three together, and they work great together. Because Paul Stamets, there's some YouTube videos explaining that how he does that. But
well, that's the same symptom of multiple sclerosis.
And dementia and all,
Yeah, but I mean the coating around the nerve, it starts to deteriorate.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we found that cannabis helps to rebuild it. But you're saying that psilocybin also may help to rebuild it, or does?
The lion's mane will repair the sheath around the nerve. The psilocybin is a neurogenic.
Okay.
So they work together.
Okay.
Call it a stack. Paul Stamets stack.
Yeah, because cannabis is known as it does a little bit of nerve regeneration, but it also is a nerve protectorate.
Yes.
So I can see where the two could come together very successfully. And again, no side effects really, not from the cannabis anyway. That was one of the federal patients that I worked with. She's now gone, Barbara Douglas. That she had MS. And she was issued this shitty U.S. cannabis, but she used it. And when I first met Barbara, she was in a wheelchair, and so where she was, pretty much in a wheelchair. And by the time I saw her again, a year after using medical cannabis, she was on a jet ski on the lake.
Wow. Wonderful.
Oh. So
I believe you had her on. I believe you had her on as a guest on Patients at a Time a couple of times.
Oh yeah, well yes, I interviewed her on Time for Hemp, Patients at a Time, and we had her speak at our live conferences a couple of times. So we were lucky enough to have not lucky enough. We had the 5 federal patients that were getting cannabis from the federal government as medicine, from the government that said it wasn't medicine. And so they became a nucleus of Patients at a Time. And I consider to this day all 5 of those people, especially at that time in our history, to be absolute heroes. They stood up as patients and said, this stuff helps me. I get it from the federal government, and I think it's awful that the federal government won't let everybody have it. Well, that takes balls. To accuse your boss of being a shithead. So
let me remind people that when you go to timeforhemp.news, you'll find that we've got a pretty good size archive. And in those archives, you will find that Al and I and other people were on the same program with each one of those patients that were part of that program, Elvie and Irv and George. And so if you're interested more about learning that, just delve into our archives and you can find them here at Time for Hemp. Now,
so
Tony, what have you looking at?
Tony, you got mushrooms going, you got cannabis education going. You got
Tony, what's this? What's this on the screen, Tony? Is this your hobby?
This isn't the mushrooms.
That is at the Lafayette Parish Library. Those rooms
Library.
It's free to reserve. So and then sometimes they don't even get used. So I reserve the room, and then I bring all my mushroom gear there, and then you can come and just listen and learn and talk and have conversation like a community organization. Or if you do want to grow mushrooms, we charge $25 for that jar of grain that I showed you earlier, and then that bag to the far corner. is a substrate bag. So once the jar of grain gets colonized and all the grain's myceliated, we take it in inside that still air box, and we open up this bag, which is sealed with the little air patch on it, and we dump the grain jar inside that bag, and then whoever they take it, I want to say student, but it's just club group member, takes that bag home. Okay, first the jar that we inoculated in one meet, we meet every 2 weeks. So the jar we inoculated on the first meeting of the month. 2 weeks later, they bring the jar in, and then we put it into that substrate bag, and they take that home, and they're done. But so I just brought all that just to kind of show the top port. That's some millet that I actually bought for my co-partner. He's a mushroom grower, and we go to natural grocers and buy this organic grain, rye grain or millet. Mushrooms grow on just about any kind of grain. So millet is one of the hardest to work with, I find, but it's one of the best ones to do to colonize, because there's a lot of surface area, a little tiny something about how the grain works. But the rye grain works pretty good too. I mean, this is ready to go to the substrate right now.
How long is it your harvest? Like you talked about putting this stuff in here and all that. How long does it take for the mushrooms to grow, or does different strains mean different lengths of time?
You talking about the decorative mushrooms or
or whatever mushrooms you're growing in that container?
I mostly just grow decorative ones. But the oyster mushrooms grow pretty quick. They a week's time it'll be all pretty much colonized. But the decorative mushrooms take a little longer. Oyster is one of the fastest growing ones. It'll double in size once it starts fruiting. You come in there in the morning and look at it, and in the afternoon you're like, wow. Really
so you mean I can have magic mushrooms in 7 days?
Less.
Oyster mushrooms, I would say about 2 weeks, but the decorative mushrooms, that they take a little longer, because especially in the winter I have to use a seed mat. I put it inside a large container like that steel air box I showed you, just a storage container. I put all these jars inside that storage container, and I put a seed mat just leaning up against the side of the container, so that the temperature stays around 70 to 75 degrees. Because these mushrooms are all warm climate mushrooms. The decorative ones, they like warm. They grow in the summertime. And our cow pastures out here down in Louisiana, if it rains and within a day or something, you go out in the cow pasture, all the cow patties will have decorative mushrooms coming off of them. So
these are not edible.
The decorative ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're actually edible in other states, but not here in Louisiana. In other states, it's still aside mushrooms, but our law has we have a hallucinogenic plant law in Louisiana. It's 989.1 Louisiana hallucinogenic plant law, and it lists psilocybe mushrooms on this law, but it says they're illegal to make chocolates with and teas and all that. But if you're growing them just for decorative purposes, it's okay. You can grow them.
What decorative purpose? Like I'm just. You put them on a shelf in your living room or what?
Yeah,
beautiful.
I headbands with them and necklaces. The plant, the law has a lot of nursery type plants. I don't know if you can read these plants, but
there you go, right? Just like that. There you go. Yeah.
See, it's got the mushrooms on there, psilocybe.
Yeah.
Number E, letter E.
And some of these names, you can find them in flower beds and all that. Some of these most of these plants are ornamental plants, but they have hallucinogenic property in them.
Dactyls on there.
So they did it they put the law like that so that the nurseries would still be able to sell these little pretty plants that people put in their yards and all that. And somehow the psilocybe's on there. Now I fully expect the government to come back because they see all the fun we having.
Well, let's go to nutrition.
We saw this guy on Time for Hemp.
Okay.
We want to tell everybody again that cannabis seeds provide incredible nutrition, cannabis oil, incredible nutrition. Do mushrooms provide nutrition?
I'm not the specialist on the gourmet mushrooms as much, but all mushrooms have some medicinal value. Now, nutritional value, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure.
What's the medicinal value?
Well, the medicinal value, psilocybin, they had over 1,000 studies of psilocybin for addiction, depression, anxiety. Before 1960, whenever they started kicking, putting in 1970, got put on the Controlled Substances Act along with cannabis. So, but before that, they have different studies where they tried the Compton prison study where they gave some mushrooms to a bunch of prisoners in California, and they had a reduced recidivism rate where prisoners weren't, once they got out, they weren't going back to prison as often. So, and like you said, with the migraine headaches
I give mushroom powder to my dogs every day. And I'm told that is a anti-cancer, possibly a preventative of cancer. Is there anything to that?
Yeah. Paul Stamets has a beautiful story about his mother having stage 4 cancer, and doctor told her, just like go home and die, and nothing we can do. And he gave her turkey tail mushrooms, and she went back in her scans, in a length of time, but she went back and it was gone. The cancer was gone. So,
wow.
Yeah. Cordyceps, a lot of medicinal properties of cordyceps. I think it gives you energy. But they started to get popular. People are starting to learn more about them because the first thing when you see mushrooms, you think poison mushrooms or magic mushrooms. And so people were standoffish to all of them, lion's mane and all of the mushrooms because they just had that image of danger, when they heard mushrooms. So
yeah.
So now,
I brought up the fact to my veterinarian about the dogs getting mushrooms, and she like, what are you talking about? But she had the same answer when I told her that I gave my dogs some cannabis every night. She just looked at me like, this is a crazy son of a bitch I got as a patient.
I know of a place that supplies mushrooms for cats and dogs.
Yeah, I can look at the container. It has turkey tail, I'm not sure, but it has 4 different types of mushroom in there.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't mean there's like this thing when you see mushrooms, everybody probably thinks it's psychedelic and psilocybin, but there's so many different strains that have so many benefits.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The lion's mane for dementia and all that. There's people that have taken it and noticed right away how it improves their mental capacity. So memory.
Well, then maybe I should take some. I'm getting close to 100. Maybe I should start doing that.
Absolutely.
Get some microdosing going on there, Casper.
Yeah.
There you go.
Time for shrooms.
There we go.
I stand corrected. It's a blend of turkey tail mushrooms, reishi mushrooms, shiitake, and maitake. I never heard of that one.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. And because this thing has other stuff in it too, but those are the 4 mushrooms that so turkey tail is what that guy used from his mom, right?
Yes, Paul Stamets. Yeah, he got an excellent story on YouTube.
So are you able to drive since you take a lot of mushrooms and cannabis, or do you have to be driven around like Miss Daisy or what?
But now, just to clarify now, Casper, these are all decorative mushrooms. I don't actually take them.
Oh, okay.
Now, I have taken them in other states in my travels, in legal states.
All right.
Cannabis. I mean, it's important to like these 50 milligram, beverages. If some new user, this is just 5, but there's one that's 50, and I know I drank one day, and I was like sitting back like, wow. I can't imagine an inexperienced user opening up a 50 milligram can and drinking that and, be really intoxicated. So it's important to know your limits, know your dosage, low and slow and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
We got to let you go. We're getting to the end of this, but to go back to the vets in Louisiana and your experience with them, is it do they use cannabis? Do they use mushrooms? And how does it go? Is it good, bad, sideways?
Yeah, the cannabis right now, it's just so unaffordable, but they're using it. They're using it. They're talking about it online and stuff, how it's helping them. And then the mushrooms too. I mean, people will get out there and talk about using mushrooms online too. I just don't. Yeah, I don't need no more heat, man. I got enough. I do enough hard work. I don't need to bring heat on me.
Right.
So I just kind of watch what I say and don't. I know the law. I carry this with me all the time. I brought mushrooms to the Capitol and some dried mushrooms, in a quart jar in my backpack. Walked through the security Capitol. If I'd have got stopped, I'd have just said, "Hey, they might contain psilocybin, but they're just decorative. I don't take them. I just use them. I wanted to take a picture of mushroom in front of the Capitol, so I brought them with me." Just gotta. But they doing. I get veterans that contact me, want to know how to grow. When they see my Swamp Forest Society, they say, "Oh man, I want to go. I want to learn how to grow."
Yeah, your education, actually, education and knowledge, and that shouldn't be anything that's against the law.
No, that's how I do. Walk a straight line.
Thank you for coming.
Thank
we were all enlightened, as I thought we would be. And again, I commend you for the work you've done down there. You've helped any number of people, probably hundreds of thousands, and that's a testament. You left something behind, dude. That's good.
That's right.
Thank you, Al.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
And while we got a chance to, Al, don't forget to let people know about your book, that they can get it on Amazon.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I got the title down there, For Country and Cannabis, and that's what it's about. My service in the United States Navy and a lot of cannabis stories that intertwine with that 24 years in the Navy. And then basically, the other half of the book, if you don't care about the Navy, is about how cannabis really became what it is medically now in the United States. How did that happen? Who did it? The problems, the successes, the tactics, the technicians, the idiots, and the guys in the way, and the good guys. If you're interested in medical cannabis at all, I want you to read my book, because you should know what's in it. You should know about those people, and there's a lot of stuff in that book that you don't know medically. Just like you didn't know what Tony was telling you before the show started. There's a lot of information in there, and I get told all the time that people go back when they finish the book. They go back and they read it again, or 2 or 3 times, because there's so much info. They get, I think, So thanks for bringing it up. It's $25. It's on. You can get it anywhere internet. Barnes and Nobles, Apple Books, Amazon Books. It's all over the place, and. Tell your library they should have it too. That'd be nice.
And you'll find a link for it on the homepage at timeforhemp.news. So make it a point to go there as well. And when you see the cover of the book, click on it. It'll take you straight to Amazon, where you can make that purchase. Tony, too, it has been a very informative interview. I've really enjoyed having you on as a guest. Is there any closing statement that you'd like to make?
I just want to mention we're having a home grow rally on April 14th, 2025. And you can find that Facebook, have an event posted in Facebook at Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis. And I'm hoping everybody in Louisiana comes support the rally, and we get home grow down here in Louisiana. And thank you all, guys. Honored to be here and be a guest on your program today.
And Al Graham, I know you're up there in Cananda, and you've got Castro's kid in charge of your country. Is there anything that you want to share with our audience today?
Yes, with my 4 legal cannabis plants, I grew lots of cannabis that I'll have lots for this year and next year. And let everybody know. Tune in to paceradio.net Tuesdays at 3 p.m. And that is because the Mushy Moment is on. And that features Cindy, Rev Cindy and Steve Mather. And they're always talking mushrooms. And they're always getting great guests to talk about. And I think maybe I can pass along your information to them if you don't mind, Tony.
Well, thank you. Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'd like to remind our audience that we are here doing this work because there is still work to be done. If you would have told me when I began my journey as a cannabis activist, when Jack Hare hired me in 1989, that I would still be fighting these laws and working diligently to make cannabis hemp a viable farm product and a viable product to be using in all of our wonderful creature comforts, I wouldn't believe it, because it really makes no sense to keep it outlawed. This plant makes over 50,000 different products, from fuel to paper to fiber to it's amazing. You make plywood dynamite out of this, and yet it is still illegal. You can be growing it in your community and creating local jobs and helping our environment. Jack Hare once said, hemp can't save the world, but it's one of the planets that can help save the world. So we got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of information we want to bring to you, a lot of solutions to problems that we're facing here on the world stage. That's why we think it really is important to let the whole wide world know that it really, truly is time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network.
Are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's February the 20th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good day, Red Sydney. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Not too bad. I still got my knee issue going on. I have been seeing a doctor about it. I'm going to go in, get it looked at, like an MRI, see what's going on. Possible muscle tear, he says.
Oh, painful.
Yes, it's having its moments, believe me. So how's everything at your end?
Well, in the last week we have survived 2 ice storms here in Nova Scotia. Everything is kind of covered with a sheet of ice.
Yeah.
And we are experiencing a salt shortage.
Salt shortage.
Yeah, like
that's
road
not
salt.
good for the roads.
No. You can't buy salt here to put on your steps or anything for the ICU right now.
Egg salt.
Companies that did have salt have pretty much run out. They can't get any more. So yeah.
Wow.
Hopefully we don't have any more ice storms until we can get more salt.
Yeah, well, you still got another month worth of possibility of that type of weather too, right?
Yep.
Yep. All righty. Well, at least today it's sunny here, so you got
Same.
some sunshine coming. Is it? And you can see it over my shoulder. So
it's beautiful.
Yeah. It's gonna be nice. So I'll have to get out there after the show. But talking about the show, we should get started. And here we go. First story is up.
Yeah, coming to us from My Fox News. Psychedelic Denver bike ride. Party will celebrate first ever acid trip from the 1940s.
That sounds like interesting. On April the 19th, Denver will host a new cycling event called Bicycle Day. And rest assured, this isn't your average ride. Bicycle Day is a psychedelic holiday that commemorates the first documented trip on LSD, also known as acid. Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann was the first person to synthesize the compound, and in 1943 he took a now famous bike ride home after dosing himself. Reports vary on whether he did so accidentally or intentionally.
Mm-hmm. It's a celebrated point in history among psychedelic enthusiasts and has spawned bike rides in San Francisco and other cities. This year, Denver will join in with a 10-mile daytime ride that starts and ends at Meow Wolf, which is 1338 First St. Ladder Street. Later that night, the venue will throw a party and concert headlined by Reggie Watts, LP Giboni, who is dead from Dead House, and Duncan Russell. Press release promises roving performances and over-the-top ridiculousness. Bicycle Day in Denver is hosted by Portal, which is a nonprofit that aims to destigmatize psychedelics through cultural events and activism. Fittingly, the ride acts as a fundraiser for several organizations focused on psychedelic advocacy, education, and research. Those include the Heroic Hearts Project, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, which we all know as MAPS, and Fireside Project, among others.
This isn't a Porcel's first event in town. The organization has partnered with Red Rocks amphitheater and Meow Wolf on previous fundraising events, and it regularly hosts trippy events. And in 2024, it threw its first late night Bicycle Day celebration in Denver. The city is in an apt fit for this type of event because psychedelics are decriminalized and legalized in specific contexts. With Brandon D. Roach, founder and executive director, he considers Colorado a leader in this space and cultural psychedelia hub. Portal will also be throwing events during the upcoming Psychedelic Science Conference in June as a little added bonus little mention in there.
Yeah. The Psychedelic Science Conference happens 2 days after that mushroom festival.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like just literally down the road too. DeRoche wanted to add a ride for Bicycle Day 2025 to capture the spirit of the holiday. Portal advocates for safe substance use. And while he's not actively encouraging participants to bike under the influence, DeRoche would not rule it out, given the impetus for the holiday. He hopes to welcome a wide audience from veterans to Burning Man attendees. Our whole ethos is around responsible use of psychedelics, he said. Knowing that people will likely be under the influence, our role is making it as safe as possible for everybody.
Now, making the event successful is paramount since DeRoche wants this to be the first of many Bicycle Days celebrations to come. He says that, "I'd like to see this in the next couple of years reaching millions of dollars that we're generating for psychedelic nonprofits through this day," which is also just very fun.
Yeah, the Mile High ride starts at noon and is expected to travel from Meow Wolf north to Coors Field before looping south back to the immersive art venue. Participants will be expected to bring their own bikes. However, DeRoche hopes to partner with local companies to also offer rentals on site. The Bicycle Day party at Meow Wolf runs from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. In addition to music, the event will feature sound journeys, ecstatic dance, meditations, and storytelling by Zach Leary, who is the son of Timothy Leary, and more.
To attend, you must be at least 21 years of age and a registered Portal member. Memberships cost $111 for a year and can be purchased on site or in advance at youaretheportal.com. No additional ticket fee will be required. So there you go. Bicycle Day.
Just another reason why I want to go to Denver.
Yeah, eh? Yeah.
It's crazy.
So it seems like the place to go.
Yeah, well, with everything being decriminalized there, it's free to be yourself, and I think it's beautiful, and I'm really excited that they're doing it.
Yeah, well, I hope it's a success. And I'm sure there'll probably be, as this talked about, people under the influence, and who knows, people may just microdose.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm sure that they're planning on making sure that they have sober advocates there as well. As they said, they're there to look after and make sure everybody's okay. So they will have trap setters, and I think that that's amazing that they're doing all that.
Yeah, good. I look forward to reporting on it in the future, because obviously there's going to be more reports on it. So, alrighty, on to the next story we go.
Coming to us from StratCan, Swiss Health Committee approves plan to legalize and regulate cannabis for adult use.
Another country, here it comes. A health committee in Switzerland has given its approval to a preliminary draft of a federal law to regulate non-medical cannabis products for adult use. The draft, created by the National Council's Social Security and Public Health Committee, passed 14-9 in a vote on Friday, which is Valentine's Day, with 2 absentees.
The commission met on February 13th and 14th in Bern, Switzerland. The CSSSN is part of the Swiss Federal Assembly. The proposal is to regulate cannabis for non-medical purposes through a new legal carve-out that keeps it defined as a narcotic through a lens of public health and safety.
Yeah, narcotic, huh? Similar to Canada's approach to cannabis legalization, the proposal says the law would regulate the cultivation, manufacture, and trade of cannabis without encouraging its consumption. The proposal includes these key points.
Adults residing in Switzerland, 18 plus, would be permitted to cultivate, purchase, possess, and consume cannabis. Rules for protection against passive smoking would apply. The distribution and sale of cannabis to minors would be prohibited.
A person would be allowed to grow a maximum of 3 female cannabis plants in the flowering phase of self-supply purposes. Maximum quantities for private and public possession would apply. Commercial production of profit would be permitted. Persons who cultivate cannabis and manufacture cannabis products would be required to meet strict conditions to obtain a permit from the Confederation. Import or export may be permitted for specific purposes.
Strict quality requirements would apply. Cannabis products would be sold in neutral packaging without specific branding elements, child resistant, and with a warning label and leaflet. Sales would be subject to state monopoly. Cannabis products would be purchased at a limited number of licensed sales outlets and from the sole licensee for online sales. Sales must not be for profit. Any profits would need to be allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support. The cantons, similar to states in Switzerland, would grant sales concessions to retailers. The Confederation would do so for online sales.
Question. Any profits would need to be allocated to prevention, harm reduction, and addiction support. Do you take that as harm reduction for cannabis consumption, or are you looking at that as harm reduction, addiction support, and prevention for all drugs?
I don't know. Like I would see it for everything. How they mean it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm in that same boat. Non-smokable products and products with low THC content would need to be included for sale to enable consumption with reduced risk. In accordance with the prohibition on vertical integration, holders of a cultivation or manufacturing permit would not be allowed to sell cannabis and vice versa.
An electronic tracking system will monitor the entire supply chain, and any form of advertising for cannabis products would be prohibited, including cannabis seeds and cuttings, as well as accessories related to the consumption of cannabis.
Cannabis products would be subject to an incentive tax in order to limit consumption and direct it towards less risky forms. The tax would depend on the THC content and the type of consumption. The revenue from the incentive tax would then be redistributed via health insurance after deduction of the general enforcement costs of the Confederation. The cantons could also levy a monetizing tax and fees. So basically, they're going to, if you're smoking a high THC product, you're going to be paying higher tax versus an edible with low THC in it.
Yeah. In accordance with current practice in Swiss law, the states would play an important role in the application of the law and continue to focus their information, advice, and prevention policies on young people. They would oversee product quality and sales and carry out test purchases.
People who evade the legal market would then need to be punished more severely than today. Zero tolerance for driving under the influence would continue to apply, and anyone proven to have consumed cannabis would still be considered unfit to drive.
From the committee report, the committee is unanimous in its view that cannabis consumption is a social reality. The majority of the committee considers that the current situation is unsatisfactory and that the prohibitive approach is wrong. In its view, strictly regulated access to cannabis and controlled market better protect public health, strengthen youth protection, and improve safety. Prevention messages could thus reach consumers more effectively and direct them towards less harmful forms of consumption. The population would be better protected against the harmful effects of cannabis, and young people would be dissuaded from consuming it. The legal market must be curbed. In 2021, the CSSSN and its counterpart in the Swiss Council of States followed up on a document titled Regulating the Cannabis Market to Better Protect Young People and Consumers. The subcommittee has been working on implementing this initiative and the regulation of cannabis since the summer of 2022.
Now, the goals of the pilot project included taking away money from the black market, introducing a tax, regulating advertising, and regulating production intended for personal use. While the cultivation, manufacture, trade, and consumption of cannabis for non-medical purposes are still prohibited, the country has also had a part-time pilot program in place since 2023, allowing people who already consume cannabis to be able to acquire it in a controlled manner.
Interesting. In Switzerland, 300,000 people regularly consume cannabis, according to a 2022 Swiss Health Survey. 4% of 15 to 64-year-olds have consumed cannabis in the last month. The population of Switzerland is about 8.85 million. The next step for the proposal will be to draw up explanatory report on this preliminary draft and allow the committee to examine these documents over the summer. Interested parties and stakeholders will then have the opportunity to participate in a consultation.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yes, yeah. It mentioned in there about 3 plants that a person could grow.
3 flowering plants.
Yeah, 3 female cannabis plants are in flowering phase. So does that mean, what's the number that you could just grow in veg to find out that you got 3? So could you grow?
Well, you can at least have 3 in waiting. You know what I mean? Like I see that. Like I'm like, oh, well, they're saying flower, so that's really cool. You flip your plants to flower. You can start vegging your next 3. They're just in veg, or you can start just
vegetable garden.
Yeah, like, and it's just, and so you can always have something in flower ready to come down. I think that's amazing. I think
you
that's
have your 3 in veg. Yeah, your 3 in veg, you move them into flower, and then you start
3 more seeds.
You take your cuttings to get your next 3, and the perpetual garden.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Instead of just saying 3 plants, which is a combination, of bloom and veg, right? So it's being able to do that would be beneficial. Yeah,
extremely.
All righty. Next story is up. Here we go.
Coming to us from SciTech Daily, psychedelic breakthrough. Scientists successfully achieved total synthesis of ibogaine.
Oh, good stuff. There you go. Ibogaine, a psychoactive plant derivative, has gathered attention for its anti-addictive and antidepressant properties. However, it is a finite resource extracted from African plants such as the iboga shrub and the small fruited Bocantica tree. Additionally, its use can cause irregular heartbeats, posing safety risks and highlighting the need for a deeper understanding of how its molecular structure drives its biological effects. In a study published in Nature Chemistry, researchers at the University of California, Davies Institute for Psychedelics and Neurotherapeutics report the successful total synthesis of ibogaine, along with ibogaine analogs and related compounds from pyridine, a relatively inexpensive and widely available chemical.
Interesting. Very interesting. The team's strategy enabled the synthesis of 4 naturally occurring ibogaine-related alkaloids, as well as several non-natural analogs. Overall yields range from 6% to 29% after only 6 or 7 steps. A marked increase in efficiency from previous synthetic efforts to produce similar compounds. Ibogaine complex chemical structure makes it hard to produce in significant quantities. And this challenging chemistry has historically limited medicinal chemistry efforts to develop improved analogs. And the study's corresponding author, David Olson, who is the director of the IPN and a professor of chemistry and biochemistry and molecular medicine at UC Davis, performing total synthesis solves both problems. We can make it without having to harvest tons and tons of plant material. And we can also make analogs, several of which are demonstrating really interesting properties.
Despite the cardiac risk of ibogaine, also noted that the compound is gaining popularity as a treatment for substance use disorders, traumatic brain injury, and other conditions. So he says that some people want to find ways to administer ibogaine more safely, and you might be able to mitigate risk with careful cardiac monitoring and magnesium supplements, but maybe we just need ibogaine 2.0, a better version that still produces those profound anti-addictive and antidepressant effects, but doesn't have that cardiac risk.
Yeah, we're playing a lot with nature here. I mean, ibogaine comes from the root of the ibogaine plant. In Africa, they eat the whole root, like they eat the whole plant. And ibogaine is one alkaloid of many that, is extracted. Yeah. And, and having issues with the heart also has issues with the liver. Every time I've gone to do iboga, we have to go through, I have to go through plenty of tests to make sure I'm healthy enough to take it. So, yeah. Olson highlighted two ibogaine analogs of interest from the study. The first analog was the mirror image of ibogaine. In chemistry, this mirror image trait is referred to as chirality. Like your left and right hands, such molecular compounds can't be superposed on each other.
Nature only provides one version, or produces one version, and if the therapeutic effects of ibogaine are coming from interactions with another chiral entity, like an enzyme or receptor, then you would expect only the natural version to have an effect. But if it's non-specific, then both compounds would produce an effect, says Olson. When the researchers tested the effects of ibogaine and its mirror image compound on neurons, they discovered that only the natural one promoted neuronal growth.
This allowed us to show for the first time that ibogaine's effects are probably the result of it being bound to a particular receptor, Olson said. We don't have all the details of what receptor that is, but the unnatural compound is a good tool for probing this biology. The second analog of interest was -10 fluoroibogamine. During experiments, the compound exhibited exceptional effects on neuronal structure and function, promoting growth and recognition. Additionally, it showcased powerful effects on serotonin transporters, which are proteins that regulate serotonin levels at synapses.
Yeah, now Olson says that the serotonin receptors or transporter is the target of many antidepressants and is emphasized to be relevant to ibogaine's therapeutic efficacy. The findings, according to researchers, indicate that 10-fluoroibogaine should be further investigated as a treatment for substance use disorders, depression, and related neuropsychiatric diseases.
According to Olson, the research was 10 years in the making, with the team exploring multiple synthesis routes, each with varying levels of effectiveness. A lot of these iboga alkaloids and ibogaine analogs are not made from cheap, readily available starting materials, Olson said. The difference with our strategy is that we rely on a very abundant, inexpensive chemicals, and we can assemble the pieces in just a few steps. Overall, our goal was to create a more effective process.
The research team hopes that their total synthesis strategy will provide researchers with a roadmap for effectively assessing ibogaine analogs, ultimately leading to safer and more effective treatments. So there you go.
Yeah.
synthesized. So that would make a chemical form, pill form version, or however they make it available to people. Right. So
Interesting.
yeah, we got one more story to go before we go to break, and this town, it's got a reason to celebrate, and let's find out what that reason is. Here we go. Last story.
Yeah, coming to us from Cannabis Law Report. Back in Oregon, Eugene voted most likely to smell like weed before 9 a.m. in national survey. And the Eugene City Council announces plans to embrace this new title with open arms.
All right, good stuff. In a nationwide study that absolutely no one asked for, Eugene, Oregon has taken home the prestigious title of most likely to smell like weed before 9 a.m. The study conducted by the National Scent Awareness Coalition found that 87% of residents and visitors reported catching a whiff of cannabis long before their morning coffee. This is a big win for Eugene, says a local dispensary owner and self-proclaimed aroma ambassador, Bud Greenway. We've always been proud of our vibrant cannabis culture, but to know the whole nation recognizes our morning musk, that's kind of legacy you can't roll up and smoke.
The report highlights Eugene's unique ability to maintain a persistent wake and bake ambiance, with some attributing the aroma to the city's commitment to environmental consciousness. You'd think it's from people lighting up at home, but honestly, most of it's just left over from last night. Eugene's weed scent is renewable energy at its finest, said a representative from the local Sustainability Council. While many locals celebrate the honor, the results weren't without controversy. Residents of Boulder, Colorado, and Santa Cruz, California, have accused the NSAC of bias, claiming their cities also have the morning weed vibes that could knock you over. Santa Cruz even filed an appeal, citing their annual Wake and Bake Brunch Festival as evidence. I don't know, but I want to go to Boulder and Colorado and Santa Cruz and Eugene. Like, they sound like my kind of towns.
Sound like it. They sure do, because, I thought when they say controversy, I thought there might have been some council members or some association or something that was totally against it. But
that's where I started.
It's other communities complaining about not getting the title. Now, in response, Eugene City Council announced plans to embrace its new title with open arms. Plans are already underway for a Dank Dawn Festival, featuring free coffee, CBD donuts, and yoga classes to reggae music at Alton Baker Park. And visitors are encouraged to explore Eugene's unique morning ritual firsthand. Just don't forget to pack a snack, as hungry tends to hit surprisingly early.
I
bet. There you go. Way to go, Eugene.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
The wake and bake capital, the U.S.
It is. Eugene.
Now, are all these places will maybe close, with the psychedelics and
well, I mean, you've got Oregon and California. 3 of them are in
like the mushroom stuff. They got wasn't that in?
It's in Denver as well.
Denver, yeah. So sounds like a place to go. That's for sure. All right, break time, medication time. We'll break back after the break, and that'd be about 3.5 minutes. Other than that, you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those to collect knives. Check out these knives in our collection. While you're here, been to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We're live in your West Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And we got 4 more stories, and the first one is up.
Excellent. Coming to us from Popular Mechanics. This psychedelic church is handing out magic mushrooms to hundreds of members for free. Yes, really.
I have a paywall in my way.
Uh-oh.
And so if you got the story in front of you, go ahead.
Nope, I have the same now.
Well, there is a psychedelic church is handing out magic mushrooms to hundreds of members for free. There you go. And where is that at? Can you catch that anywhere? Is that another Denver thing?
I don't know. I think it's actually California.
Okay. All right. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, my apologies.
That earlier. Yeah. I thought we actually switched that story out.
It was a different one.
Oh, okay. That explains why.
Yeah, this one came up and it showed the whole story for obviously a few minutes, long enough that we didn't catch it.
Yeah. And that's not the first time that's happened. So, all righty. We'll just move on to the next one then. And here we go. It's up.
Well, coming to us from StratCan, Canada's largest Women in Weed networking event returns to Toronto.
That's right. Marigold PR is proud to announce the return of Radicil Themes on March the 6th, 2025, an event series that is all in on the empowerment, celebration, and advancement of women in cannabis. The largest annual gathering is taking place in Toronto on Thursday, March the 6th, ahead of the International Women's Day. The event, sponsored by the Ontario Cannabis Store, will be held at Solona, Toronto, and will bring together the bright minds and bold voices of women powering the Canadian cannabis industry and their allies. Other event partners include Green Monkey, Glacial Gold, the Independent Retail Cannabis Collective, Jane Dope, OB Consulting, and Sister Mercy. We know Jane. That's
Interesting. Radical Femmes has quickly become a popular platform for women driving change in the cannabis sector. Since its launch in 2024, the community has partnered with more than 20 brands and attracted over 500 attendees from events held nationwide. This year, its International Women's Day event promises to deliver even more value with thought-provoking panel discussions, industry data, and valuable B2B networking opportunities. Green Monkey was built on community, and as a women-led brand with a passion for the plant, we know the power of connections, says Jane Lockwood, who's the CMO and co-founder of St. Peter's Spirits. The women-focused cannabis event matters to us as a brand. Fostering authentic, supportive industry relationships helps us all thrive.
The name Radical was chosen with intention by event organizers. The Radical is the first part of a plant seedling to emerge, developing into the root and laying the foundation for growth. Much like its namesake, Radical Femmes is about sparking growth in the cannabis industry. The event's tagline, "I can't believe we still need these events," also captures a powerful reality. Despite the strides women have made, gender equality remains a work in progress in cannabis and beyond, with only 20.9% of private sector businesses in Canada being women-related.
Retail revolution, women transforming cannabis retail. From women-led stores to crafting retail strategies that resonate with women consumers, we'll hear from powerful women who lead this space and how businesses are targeting the growth demographic. Panelists include Jani Nader Estenthen, National Director of Retail Sales at IRCC, Katie Perry, who is the founder and CEO of Toke Cannabis, Ritika Kumar, who is the Director of Marketing at High Tide, and Ziria Guedio, who is the co-founder and creative director of Curious Cannabis Company. Women in Weed, unveiling the trends. Sarah England, who's the Director of Market and Customer Experience Intelligence at the OCS, will share survey findings and trends that offer a deep dive into the intersection of women and the retail sector.
Now, when it comes to crafting the future, women shaping cannabis brands, they say they'll hear from women who are redefining the industry on topics like building authentic connections with consumers, creating products that resonate, and fostering inclusive brand communities. Panelists include Emma Andrews, CEO of Next Leaf Solutions, Jen Lockwood, CMO and co-founder of St. Peter's Spirits, Marina Gorin, Senior Director of Sales at Weed Me, and Maud Arsenault, Advisor, Communications, and Content Creator at SQDC. With lunch and networking, they say that the networking lunch at Radical Femmes offers a relaxing, welcoming environment where attendees can engage in meaningful conversation.
Radical Femmes has become a space where people can find opportunity. We've seen women land new roles, businesses close deals, and attendees walk away feeling re-energized about the industry, says Katie Pringle, who's the CEO and co-founder of Marigold PR. It's a reminder of the importance of community in driving real progress. Since 2017, Marigold PR has been the forefront of hosting impactful events for women in cannabis, bringing together thought leaders and tastemakers from all corners of the country. Radical Femmes has evolved into a cornerstone event for both the agency and the broader cannabis community, offering a platform that not only amplifies diverse voices, but also creates strategic, targeted opportunities for partnering brands.
Yeah, they're also proud to have the support of AdCan Cannabis Market Space, High Moon Magazine, and StratCan as media partners. And there you go. And obviously, their events is 19 years of age and older.
Yeah.
So,
Very cool.
Yeah. Go and have a listen. Get some connections, networking, all that type of stuff. And, you know, like I said, we shouldn't have to do these events anymore type thing. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for so many reasons. I mean, whether it's equality just in cannabis or just equality or just cannabis. Like, I mean, you know, we've been fighting for a long time and we shouldn't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, in a way, even if you didn't have to do it, it's probably even just good to do it just to help spread the education and knowledge.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we should be celebrating an education, you know, not fighting anymore. We should be.
Yeah.
But, you know, we just got to keep going.
You keep going. Exactly. All right. Talking about keep going. Let's go. Next one's up.
Excellent. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Pro cannabis rescheduling doctors ask court to intervene, force DEA redo.
Yeah, a bit of an update here, but actually on the rescheduling. Dissatisfied with what they claim is an opaque and biased process that violates federal law. A group of pro-cannabis rescheduling doctors and researchers is asking a federal court to intervene and compel the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency to redo key steps in the process. The petition, filed Monday in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit by the Doctors for Drug Policy Reform, represents what might be the strongest effort yet to wrest some control of the still paused rescheduling saga away from the DEA.
Regardless of the petition's outcome, the DEA still would wield overall control over the process. And the agency has shown no signs it might resume the proceedings.
Led by Dr. Brian Adenoff, a clinical researcher and professor of psychiatry at the University of Colorado School of Medicine, the DTPR was one of 138 parties denied permission by the DEA to participate in an administrative law judge's hearing about cannabis's status under federal law. 138 parties were denied. Wow. Last spring, the Justice Department under then President Joe Biden overruled the DEA and proposed moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. Ever since then, there's been a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, former DEA Administrator Ann Milgram ruled last August that no changes would be made without a hearing before an administrative law judge, and thus not until after the general election, which Biden lost. Those hearings, initially scheduled to begin January 21st, were put on indefinite hiatus earlier in the month, pending an appeal to DEA leadership, a process over which the agency is acknowledged to hold total sway.
Despite hopes from some in the cannabis industry that the Trump administration would take a sympathetic view of cannabis reform, there are no outward signs of a resumption in the process, nor have Trump's choices to lead the Justice Department or the DEA inspired confidence.
That leaves the courts as a potential source of redress. And the DDRP's petition notes federal law authorizes courts to overturn agency action that is arbitrary, capricious, or otherwise contrary to law.
It also says that never in the history of the Controlled Substances Act has the public interest and the need for robust process weighed so heavily. Now, but rather than allow for transparency or widespread public involvement, the petition notes that DEA has failed to treat this momentous rulemaking with the gravity demanded by the circumstances and the law, when it made at least 2 decisions of great public importance without giving any reasons.
The agency's secrecy prevents the courts from reviewing whether the decision is based on relevant and permissible criteria and whether the agency considered reasonable alternatives. Specifically, the petition claims the DEA limited the list of designated participants to 25 without any reason.
Rejected requests to participate, including from the governors of states such as Colorado and New York, without explanation. Irrationally determined that rejected participants were not interested persons.
Right. For these reasons, the court should vacate the agency's selection of participants and rejection of petitioners and remand the instructions to redo the participant selection process. The DEA has yet to respond to the DDPR petition, which the group made in a case originally filed in November after their participation was rejected, according to a court docket.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just yeah. Well, I'm glad to see that these doctors are getting involved and bringing in a lawsuit, because it's ridiculous. The whole process has just been bad the way it's gone. I know of groups. One of our content providers here on Pace Radio was rejected from wanting to go speak about the rescheduling of cannabis.
Yeah. On behalf of veterans.
On behalf of veterans, yeah, exactly. The Veterans Action Council. And they appealed it and the whole bit. And obviously, as it says, things are sitting still right now. Nothing's going anywhere. And who knows when it's going to be, because they're talking about his nominees having not favorable views on things. And talking about that, let's get to our last story of the day.
Yes, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Trump's pick for top health lawyer thinks marijuana is a dangerous and genetically engineered hard drug.
Okay. That's all you need to say. President Trump has nominated a ferociously anti-cannabis official to serve as the lead attorney at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, drawing praise from cannabis prohibitionists. Didn't hear the word advocates in there. Prohibitionists. Mike Smart, current GOP West Virginia senator and former U.S. attorney, was nominated by the president to become general counsel of HHS. Among his most controversial claims about cannabis, he said today's products are genetically engineered. Claimed cannabis is a gateway drug that leads to greater misuse of opioids and pledged to aggressively enforce criminalization during his time as a federal prosecutor. Hey.
Yeah.
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 Now, what? Go ahead.
No. There's so much there that's just wrong.
It is. I know, eh? Like, I just went, what? What?
I'm glad you had to read that paragraph, because I would have found that very hard to read. Wow.
Wow.
What's that?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, while HHS under the Biden administration has already recommended rescheduling cannabis following a scientific review, that process has been delayed, raising questions about the potential influence of new administrative appointees. HHS's general counsel is responsible for providing legal advice, interpreting regulatory policies, and overseeing litigation involving the agency, among other roles. So if Stewart is confirmed by the Senate, he could be key in any future agency interpretations of the Controlled Substances Act requirements when it comes to cannabis's scheduling status.
Oh, wow. That's not good. After Trump's former Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, rescinded guidance on discriminatory federal cannabis enforcement, Stewart applauded the decision, saying it affirms that marijuana is a dangerous drug. Wow. Federal law with respect to cannabis is crystal clear. The Cole memo has been rescinded, he says, referring to the Obama-era guidance.
Interstate commerce requires compliance with federal law. Today's marijuana is not naturally grown plant, but genetically engineered hard drug. That's just a fact. Did you not know that? It's just a hard drug.
Right.
Wow.
Despite various state initiatives to increase drug use, I said that right. Okay. Yeah, there is evidence that cannabis use is linked to an increased risk of developing opioid use disorder. He said this in 2018.
Yeah.
More illicit drug use is not answer to national opioid affliction. Also that year, Stewart claimed that every single drug treatment professional he has spoke with told him that cannabis is a gateway drug. Well, he must have talked to like none.
Yeah, and I see that during these quotes, they're also putting in the text message or the tweets from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stewart has also promoted the ongoing federal ban preventing medical cannabis patients from owning guns. Can't have both, he says. Like, but you can get drunk on alcohol or any other prescription drug and still be able to have a gun. The nominee has also touted the continued lack of banking access for cannabis businesses under federal prohibition.
Oh my God. Per federal law, banks that provide cannabis businesses with checking, debit, credit card, business loans could be found guilty of money laundering or conspiracy, he said. Nothing changes when states legalize pot. Cannabis co-ops also don't work because Federal Reserve consent is required and not likely. Last year, as a state senator, he criticized plans from Democratic lawmakers to legalize cannabis.
Democrats released their economic and growth plan for West Virginia. It's cannabis. Other big ideas? Nope, just cannabis, he tweeted. Tax cuts or court abuse reforms? None, just cannabis. A drug crisis and the big plans to grow more drugs.
Oh my God. Stewart has also expressed hostility to cannabis reform at summit events and a symposium on the issue that he organized in 2018 during his time as a U.S. attorney. He also won an endorsement from a political action committee launched in 2022 that targeted pro-legalization candidates and supported those who opposed the policy change in key races.
Naturally, Stewart's new HHS nomination was quickly celebrated by anti-cannabis interests. As a U.S. attorney and a lawmaker, Mike Stewart has been a steadily principled voice against the addiction industry and the threat pot profiteers pose to public health and safety. This, according to Kevin Sabat, president of Smart Approaches to Marijuana, said in a press release last week. He goes on to say, as a prosecutor, he was a strong force against those who try to undercut federal laws on hemp-derived THC and marijuana edibles and oils, products known to be dangerous and addictive.
By contrast to Stewart, the recently Senate-confirmed Secretary of HHS, Robert F. Kennedy, was previously vocal about his support of cannabis legalization. Despite that stated support, however, following his confirmation, Kennedy said last week that he is worried about the normalization of high-potency cannabis and that he feels its use can have really catastrophic impacts on people, but that state-level legalization can facilitate research into its harms and benefits. Comments came on the same day that Senator Pete Ricketts said he received a commitment from Kennedy to follow the science of the harms of cannabis.
Ricketts had already disclosed last week they spoke to Kennedy about the importance of preventing the expansion of marijuana.
Now he says RFK committed to me that he would follow the science on the harms of cannabis. The senators separately filed a bill last week alongside Senator James Langford that seeks to prevent cannabis industry from taking federal tax deductions even if it's rescheduling.
Despite Kennedy's history of advocating for cannabis legalization, he said last month that he will defer to the DEA on cannabis rescheduling in his new role. That could complicate rescheduling. Last week, Trump officially named his pick to lead the DEA, selecting a decades-long agency veteran and top Virginia official whose voiced concerns about the dangers of cannabis and linked its use to higher suicide risk among youth.
Separately, anti-marijuana rep Andy Harris told Marijuana Moment recently, it's definitely time to have a talk with Kennedy to convince him that cannabis is harmful and that the way to make America's healthy is by limiting its use. Prior to Kennedy's written responses to members of the Senate Finance Committee that gave him initial approval, Senator Elizabeth Warren pressed him to reiterate his position on cannabis legalization amid the ongoing effort to federally reschedule cannabis.
A political reaction committee founded by former Vice President Mike Pence had attempted to undermine the confirmation Kennedy as HHS secretary, in part by drawing attention to his support for cannabis and psychedelics reform, as well as his personal history with substance misuse.
There you go.
There we go.
Wow. Gee, does that sound promising?
No.
No. Now, mind you, he's just a lawyer. He's not yeah, it doesn't sound like he's going to be giving really good advice, does it?
No.
So, yeah, I don't know how this is going to work out, but there's going to be a lot of interesting news coming down the road on that subject. There's no doubt about that. So.
Yeah, we will be busy on Mondays and Thursdays.
Yes, we will. All right. Anything else before we sign off and say goodbye to everybody?
I don't think so. I think that's about it.
All right. Sounds good. You have yourself a good day, and to everybody else. That's a report for today. And thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and atease.ca. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for watching and tuning in. Plus, as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Coming up on today's show,
our word for the week this week is cherry.
As well, we're going to be looking at Timmy's top 5 yoga poses.
And part 2 of our interview with Olympic gold medalist Ross Rebliati.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today we are celebrating Yoga Day.
That's right. I feel like Y-O-G-A.
Oh, I like that. That's cute. Do that again.
Really?
Yeah.
Y-O-G-A.
That's kind of like a W. Put those arms up.
I don't.
Loud and proud.
Look. Do
What?
you see?
What? Because your wrists go. Oh, how did I never notice that before?
Really?
I think I just gave our producer probably a big loud earful there.
Okay, get this camera. Get this camera.
I've never seen that before.
Close your eyes.
How have I never? Wait, no. What? Oh, geez. Wait, I think I just heard you like twist. Oh my god! How did I not know this?
That's why I try not to put my arms up
How did I not
too much, because I'm like, wait, this is like
I can't
straight.
not see it now. Oh.
And I don't even do yoga. Y-O-G-A.
I've known you for over 3 years.
Yep. You know, I have different thumbs too, right? Like my thumbs don't match.
No, I understand that.
No, you seen
Listen,
that.
I'm not even close to my mic now. That was a legit.
He's like totally grossed out. That was awesome.
Look, there are some things on this show that we plan. Most of the show we don't. And that was one of those. How did I not?
When am I ever?
When do you ever do this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
For the longest time, I won't extend.
You can't not see it now.
I love you.
I said.
What was that? Right? I said I love you. That's funny. Remember that thing you said to me the other day? I don't. Oh, what did I say? You said, I don't need to understand you to love you. And that's okay with me.
I don't need to understand. Yeah, I love
so
it
you
too.
don't need to understand that my arms go backwards. You just
No, I
love
don't need to
me.
understand it, but I cannot not see it now.
Well, of course you cannot see it because I'm just got my arms like this.
No,
now.
I know, but now
you're looking at my arms like they're not real. Like
okay, so that was. I thought we were gonna come on. We were gonna talk about yoga because I regularly.
Y-O-G-A.
If you don't yet, after all the episodes that we've done, if you do not yet understand why you need to watch this on YouTube and not just listen to it
you have
in
no idea
podcast
what
form,
just happened.
You have just missed out one of many treats that can see. Okay. All right. So guaranteed, if this doesn't alone let our YouTube views on this video go up with people going, "What just happened? What did she do?" Go check that out. Are you done? Do you have any other morphines that you need to do?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Now
I'll save those for another like 5 years from now.
Some people right now are going to think that this transition is going to somehow disprove my statement that we didn't plan what just happened. Because
what are you gonna say?
Well, I'm about to talk about extreme flexibility. I swear to you, I didn't know that was going to happen. When we sat
That's
down,
not flexibility. That's like disjointness. So
she said she was going to. What would you say you were?
I wanted to do a
mention?
headstand
She said she was going to do a headstand
on the chair.
We were talking about how we were going to make that happen here, and then we got counted in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She goes, "Look what I can do!" No, that's not what we had planned. Look what I can do. Okay, so
like Stewart.
Look, what's his voice? I can't do it.
Look what I can do. That's good, Stewart. That's good.
That was on Mad TV, right?
Oh, I love Mad TV.
Okay, so
he's looking like a man. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so I want to say, I don't know. I'm trying to somehow get my mind off this. So let's just quickly transition here. So, I do yoga on a regular basis,
daily, multiple times a day. Sometimes
I will say this once and once only on this episode. I'll say it many more times on other episodes. Yoga changed my life. Okay, the flexibility, the strength. I thought it was just for women and for flexibility, guys. That was wrong. Wrong thinking. The first time I saw a bead of sweat drop from my forehead onto my mat, I was like, "Oh my goodness, this is doing something else." These yoga shoulders weren't there before. Just strength in general, just inner calmness, the breathing, the ability to do that, the flexibility, the strength all around, core, just all of it. We don't even have the space here, but check out our social media. I'm sure sometime during this week we will put something up there or a few things that show various.
Oh, I'll definitely be doing a
things.
headstand at some point.
So we go to check that out. But what I wanted to bring to the table on this one is the fact that I do what's called Yo-Jo yoga. Well, it's what I called Yo-Jo yoga because I was the one who named it.
Yo-Jo.
I have my G.I. Joe set up. I have all my G.I. Joes. It was like one of my few prized collection pieces. And I do my yoga in front of it. I have some pictures on my my Instagram at The Real Timmy Boyle called Yo-Jo yoga. And when
you told me an interesting fact about G.I. Joes and yoga.
I know.
And why you do the yoga in front of the G.I. Joes.
It's a good reminder for me. So this little guy here, I don't know what you can see on the camera. Black on black probably doesn't work, but so this is Torpedo. It was the very first.
I'm just gonna put that behind him because okay, there you go.
Back here. He was the very first G.I. Joe figure I ever bought. I have over 100 of these men in this nice little tin at home. He's got a little bit faded. You can see what color he used to be on the
it's like a little bit faded. It looks pretty much brand new. How old is that thing you said?
This would be what, early 80s?
Yeah, so
I think so. My guys are, because I didn't play with my G.I. Joes. I displayed them. So other than some dust, I think they're all in some really good shape. So this is Torpedo. My thing though that I found very interesting though is I was watching a show called The Toys That Made Us.
Yeah.
On Netflix. I think 1980s. And then for those who know me, the 80s is my jam. I'm an 80s prophet. But see the movement that they have, like the joints.
Can actually bend the elbows and the knees.
Elbows and knees and stuff. Okay. Before these guys came out, if I remember any of this correctly, but listen, we're not scientists. We don't even call ourselves truth tellers sometimes.
And we don't work for the toy department.
No, we will try to do my best to recall this. So the thing I found fascinating was before this, they had the 3-inch guys, the Star Wars characters came out in their late 70s. But their arms, they only did this.
Like the Barbies, the straight legs.
Straight legs, straight
arms.
arms.
Yeah.
So the GI Joe developers were trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we take this to the next level? And if I got the story anywhere correct, one of their people was walking in a street, looked in an art store, saw those mannequins that can move, that
The little wooden
all
guys.
flexible wooden mannequins.
Yes.
Bought a whole bunch of them, brought them back to the workplace, whatever it may be, and basically said, this is what we need to do. And GI Joe, I believe, became, as a result of that, what would have been called fully posable. Now they've gone another step forward. The ones later on, I think even the wrists.
The fully opposable thumb. Do they give you the thumb?
I don't think they have the thumb. But this extra joint stuff, the Star Wars guys didn't have. GI Joe brought this in, and it was all a result of, once again, great ideas sometimes come from places you're not looking for them. And he was just looking around, saw these things in the art store, and went, "That's it." And hence these little posable figures were born. And so, Star Wars figures. Luke, he's a Jedi Knight. He can't do the splits, but Torpedo can, and I can almost do it too. Stay tuned. Try to watch that video, possibly on our social media as well.
That's funny. That wasn't the splits.
But this
That's
is
about
Torpedo.
as well as I could do the splits.
Look, you can do the full splits.
Well, that's
Isn't that awesome?
more impressive than the Star
Wars.
Wars.
Yojo Yoga. That's what I do. Check out our social media. For
when
more
was the last time
information
you bought a GI Joe? Because maybe they do have opposable thumbs now.
Jeez. Long time ago.
Maybe they do.
We're talking early 90s, where it would have been the last. Could have been. I don't know.
I'm going to have to Google this and see what a GI Joe
When I took all my
looks like
GI
now.
Joes out of their containers and stuff, they were all wrapped up to finally display them, because now I have space to display them for the first time. They were wrapped up in newspapers from 1993.
Wow.
So they are now out on display, not fully, but on their way to full display. But this is Torpedo, fresh out of that box.
Out of storage.
Out of storage. So there you go. So happy Yoga Day.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing one of your collectibles with us.
Thank you. My kids weren't even ever allowed to touch them. Although I think one of my kids has claimed all my GI Joes when I die. That seems to be, I think that was one of the things they claimed.
It's funny. Wasn't it just their birthday too?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
But
Jade's
he's
birthday.
not gone yet. So you
can't have my GI Joes yet,
yes,
Jade.
but they are yours.
But I hope your birthday was great. Whose
Speaking of
birthdays?
birthdays,
Yes, well, very good transition.
Right?
We're nailing the transitions today.
Yeah, we've got someone else who nailed transitions in High School Musical.
Oh, look at this.
Vanessa Hudgens.
Look, people, we may not be truth tellers, but we are professional.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Professional shit tellers. No shit. No shit in there.
No. All right.
I can't think of the word. Anyways, not professional there. So Vanessa Hudgens turns 33.
She's a High School Musical.
Yeah, I believe so.
I am a Sharpay fan to the core.
That was the blonde one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the only thing good of the Zach and Cody shows too. Those Zach and Cody. I hated those. Zach and Cody, those twins.
Yeah.
Oh, one of those annoying TV shows.
The Sweet Life.
Oh.
Oh no!
If it wasn't for what's her name that played the same girl that played Sharpay.
Okay.
What's her name?
I'm pulling a blank. I'm pulling a blank.
You
It's
think of
horrible.
that. I'm gonna.
Okay, so think of the next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just see Sharpay.
Ashley Tisdale.
Okay,
Ashley
okay,
Tisdale.
okay.
Without her, Zach and Cody would have been the worst show possibly on TV. Is that even their name? Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
It, yeah. Horrible
Yeah.
show. Horrible show. Ashley made that whole show. Go ahead.
Okay. And
happy
the last,
birthday to Vanessa.
The last birthday we're talking or celebrating today is King George VI.
King George. Now you said that.
Yes.
And I looked up who King George VI was.
Okay.
I thought this was somebody who would have died back in the 1700s.
You know, like King George VI.
Yeah, right? Because it sounds like this, but
well, I thought so because I'm like, oh, he would have been 126. Like that's old. But
he died in like the 1950s.
What did he do? Like, was he the king of what?
I don't know who he was, but we put him
Is
on the
there a
list.
King George VII?
Maybe that's Will and Kate's son. His name's George.
No, that's not right.
No? I don't know.
No, because then the dad, it would be like,
But isn't it weird though? I thought it was weird that there was a King George the Sixth that was born in died in the 1950s. That just it sounds like medieval.
Like the artist formerly known as Prince.
Well, that sounds very 90s and 80s.
But that's what I mean. It was like, it's weird for King George.
Hi, I'm King George the Sixth. It's like the 1950s. You're what? That seemed weird, but happy birthday to that dead man.
Yeah, 126. Looking good.
Well, shall we get this thing rolling?
Oh, you know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it. Well, it is time for yet another word of the week. Mary Jane, what is the word? The word is the word. Is that that was a song, right?
It's
the
bird.
Oh, the bird is the word.
Bird. How did you not know that? Well, everybody knows about the bird. Yeah. No, I messed up the words. Moving on.
What is the bird, Mary Jane?
The word is cherry, or also known as the heater.
The heater.
The heater.
Give him the heater, Ricky.
No, you don't
Do you know
want
what that
the
movie's
heater.
from? You're always,
Trailer Park Boys?
She lives off of...
The only
like,
Ricky I know is from Trailer Park Boys.
She lives off of the thing of play me a song or do a quote from a movie, and always is like, what's that from? And I never, ever know. And then she's always like, oh, how can you not know? And then it's a big, long, week-long battle. Anyways, I'm throwing it out here on the show. Give him the heater, Ricky.
Trailer Park Boys.
No.
That is the only
from Major
Ricky.
League, one of the best baseball movies ever. Charlie Sheen, and the manager yells out, "Throw him the heater, Ricky."
Okay, well, this is a different heater.
Okay, but
You don't want to
this
catch this heater.
I always what I'm enjoying too is word of the week now. Is going into this every once in a while. There's like, this is the word of the week, which is also known as this word, which is also known as this word, which is sometimes known as this word.
Well, we could call it the cherry.
Oh yeah, yep.
But then you'd be like, some people call it the heater.
Okay, so it's two words.
Yes. Well, it's
bonus
it's the
episode.
Same thing.
Bonus
it's like
episode.
potato.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's a reason why it's called both the cherry and the heater. There must be a connection here.
Yes. Okay, so it's the red hot glowing bowl on the bong or the red hot end of the joint. So it's called the cherry most of the time because it looks like a cherry. It's red.
Yep.
It's round because it's either in the bowl or it's on the joint. They also call it the heater because it's hot.
Makes perfect sense.
Right? So I would say the rule of thumb, if it's red, it's not dead. Okay?
Like this record circle right there.
If it's red, it's not dead. We're still going.
How many times have we recorded when that circle wasn't there and then wondered what went wrong?
You know, the best is when we go over and hit stop and it's actually recording. You're like, oh.
Funny in hindsight, not when it happened.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, if it's still red, it's not dead, keep smoking.
Okay.
This also is the #1 reason why you should not consume cannabis while in a moving vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
Don't smoke and drive.
#1 reason.
I'm like, I feel like I should have another rhyme here. Like, don't drop the heater in your cedar.
That's a good one, actually.
Right?
Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Oh, how about this? If you drop the cherry, it's going to be scary.
I like both those.
Because it is. Like,
right.
you just don't do it.
This is more than word of the week. This is like literally like
life lessons.
Life lessons from MJ.
Yeah.
Literally.
And it's illegal. Hello. Reason #1 right there.
I love how that was. Yeah. Okay. What was it though? Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Yep.
And what was the other one?
If you drop the cherry, it's gonna be scary.
Drop the scary. Yeah. Drop the cherry is gonna be scary.
You're already tongue-tied.
I'm actually just surprised that this segment is already done.
We're done.
We ended. Those are two good phrases to end it on.
It is.
Yeah. There was your words of the week. Today's high five list is Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know if I would ever have a high five list of favorite yoga poses.
Didn't you actually used to preach against yoga?
I used to preach against yoga. I was dead. I thought it was for women. I thought it was for flexibility, and that was it. I didn't think you could get a workout of it. I mean, it is no secret that there was a point in my life where yoga was a joke, and it has now radically changed my life. But I am here to tell you that there are 5 very, very, very helpful moves that not only helped me with health and strength and balance.
Are you going to go to the shoulders?
Well, they did help create and form these amazing yoga shoulders.
I feel like I should
This is why you watch the show and don't just listen to the show. So if you've been listening on podcast form, thank you.
But you're missing the shoulders.
Namaste, but you're not getting the shoulders. So these were also, not only did I see improvements in my body because of learning these poses,
okay.
But they also, each one of them along the way kind of were signposts to show that yoga was working.
Okay.
Right. So it was like, I would look around the room and be like, why can't I do that? Because there'd be like, when I first went, there'd be like, I don't know, like a 60-year-old woman who, I don't know, I don't want to guess their ages. They're older than me.
An older woman.
And I was sitting there thinking, I can do that. And then they'd be holding these poses and I'm like, I can't do that. But each one of these poses was a place where I was like, oh, wait a minute, I can do this pose now. And each one blew my mind a little bit more. And I realized this thing is actually beneficial.
Yeah, you took me to one of your yoga classes, and I don't know about the beneficial part.
It is for a special breed of human being.
Oh.
But your shoulders would be amazing. It would help with that back posture. So here we go. Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Number 5 was the tree pose.
Oh, I like that one. I know that one.
Right? The tree pose, you stand like arms up in the air.
Are we gonna put a photo up?
Yes.
Where are we gonna put the photo? Are we gonna put it like right here?
It will show up.
Here?
Maybe.
Ooh, what if we put it like right here?
Oh, right there. Okay. So if you're listening, you'll have to go over and see these poses. Also during the week, sometimes they'll be on our Instagram page. So the tree pose. It looked really easy. So your hands are in the air and you do like this thing where you fold your one leg and you got to put your foot on the inside of your thigh.
Yeah, you got to like bend your leg.
It's like bending like a triangle thing. And it looks really simple. But I realized very quickly that I couldn't keep first of all, I'd have to like hold my leg and like lift it into position and move it into the right spot. And then, one leg was stronger than the other.
Isn't that the trick to the tree pose? Is the foot that is off the ground is to be rooted. I say rooted because that's like a yoga term, right?
And for tree pose, very, very appropriate.
To be rooted into your other leg so that way you can ground yourself with the foot that's on the ground.
Yes.
No pun intended. And
it should have been intended. Very well done.
And so you need to kind of push that leg into your other leg or your foot into your leg.
When I first pulled that off and realized that I was able to have balance like this with my leg bent in, I was like, okay, I see this. Because I also didn't realize how important balance was.
See, I do the swaying tree.
That's a good move, a good yoga move. The swaying tree. Actually, they call it yoga. It's funny. I always think it's funny when they say the reason why we call it yoga practice is because we're always practicing. We never get there. And so if you sway, that's exactly what somebody would say. Oh, that's okay. You're doing the swaying tree. Yoga is actually kind of very much, although it's an ancient form of health and exercise type of thing, it's very much fits in today's culture of everybody wins. It's like you can't do yoga wrong. Oh, that's okay. You fell over. You're the falling over tree.
That's not true, because I went to the gym one time and I signed up for a yoga class, and I remember I was in the didn't want to go in the back because I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I also wanted to be able to see, but I didn't want to sit in the front. But yeah, somehow she was like, "Are you okay?" And at that moment I was like, "Yeah. Do I not look okay?" And she says, "Not really."
Just doing my yoga practice. I'm practicing.
I'm practicing not to fall over and pass out, because I don't know what we were like.
But I've seen you do the tree. You can actually do a tree pretty well.
Yes,
Number
I do know that
4.
one.
Number 4 blew my mind, and it was the headstand, which you absolutely love.
That doesn't feel like yoga, although
Here-
it does a good stretch on the.
So here's what it was that blew my mind. Number 1, I quickly understood the benefit of being upside down. We
Yes.
have an inversion table,
I
and
don't know why they call it that.
just
You don't
hanging
eat on
upside
it.
down. Well, I guess you
Should
could.
be a bed, inversion bed.
But just that the gravity pulling on your spine, you feel it.
Yep.
And
All the way down your spine.
And you should spend some part of every day upside down, just because of, you
But
figure.
we spend all day right side up.
No wonder when you're 80, you start to crouch like this, because you've had 80 years of gravity, like pretty much pulling you down.
Well, fun fact, they actually say you're taller in the morning than you are at nighttime, because when you lay down at night, your back stretches itself out.
That's why people take pictures of themselves in bed, makes them look taller. So the headstand, what was neat about the headstand for me was, and if you've never been able to try one, number 1, I had never done one before. So I put my hands on the table, and I was working with at Creekside Yoga in Sterling, Ontario. That's the place that got me going. And so it was just me, and so it was kind of like a specialty class, even though it was supposed to be
Like a
other people there,
one-on-one?
but it was just me.
Or a 2-on-1.
So I go to do the thing, and you got to bend your knees and slowly straighten your leg.
Mhm.
And I was amazed at how quickly I was able to do it. And the reason why I was amazed was because I shouldn't be able to just do something for the first time and do it decently like that. But then I realized how important the core workout was in holding yourself up in that position. And I had already spent at that point 2 years of doing regular yoga classes. And so I had developed the core strength to be able to do it. It's kind of like when my daughter, she learned to ride a bicycle the very first time she got on the bike. I didn't even have to hold the bottom, because she was on a tricycle for so long that and people be like, "How, she doesn't ride a regular bike yet?" I'm like, "No, she's having fun on this little trike." That by the time she had got on a bike, she had she was older than most kids that try to buy a bike, but by then she'd already developed the motor skills and the balance and all that stuff. So by the time she got on the bike, I think sometimes we throw people into things way too early. And so we're like, "Oh, there's a learning curve." It's like, well, maybe there's no learning curve. Maybe you just put people into things way too quickly, because she picked it up like that because her body had developed to the point of doing
I
it.
don't know. I know what child you're talking about. I think it was just she was having too much fun and going way too fast, that there was no not riding the bike. It was just
She might have just been a really quick learner. But that's what the headstand thing was. I realized that at that time, I realized I had developed some sort of core strength. Number 3 on Timmy's top 5 yoga moves is the cow facing legs. So the cow facing legs photo.
I'm all confused because I don't get to see this photo, but is it like a cow facing a pair of legs?
Well, you've got your knees like this or like this. Let's do it well, you can see. So they'll see the picture, but I'm
Yes.
doing this for your own benefit.
Okay.
But so it's like this. Your knees are like this.
Oh no, I'm looking at the photo.
Stacked on top. Okay. So look at the photo.
Okay.
So the knees are stacked on top of each other. And then you fold over and touch, well, in my case, I touch my chin to my knees. I did not know the importance of your hips.
Sounds painful.
I think it's cow facing because it's like, it looks like a cow's face. Anyways.
It's not a leg facing cow?
No. I mean, that might be the name of another. Believe me, the names that these things, and this isn't even the official name, it's probably called the Yaksui salami thing. I don't know what the official name is, but the cow facing leg was the best English translation they could come up with. But I didn't realize the importance of hips. Now, as a man, you are always raised up for things like, you want to, yoga shoulders, muscles. You see how many guys like spend their entire life so that their chest
they bulk
and their
up the
arms,
top and
right?
then the bottom with the little.
And some of that is health related. A lot of it is this aesthetics. Okay, it's like I look good. I want to be able to take my shirt off at the beach. That's the thing. At some point, that sort of muscle definition is no longer serves a purpose of health, except for the fact that when you get down to about 12% body fat, that's when the six pack starts to pop. And as much as you might go, well, that's just for aesthetics. I mean, when you get down to low body fat, it's a healthy place.
Yeah, but we don't need to add more muscle to that percentage of body fat.
Very true. So I started to realize that there are days now where it's like, if I had the choice to do weights or stretch out my hips, I stretch out my hips every single time. It's an amazing feeling, and you would be amazed when you first start to try to do a move like this one. You go, wow, I didn't even know that my hips were in that bad a shape. And then you realize how important hips are for moving around and walking.
Well, it's flexibility, right? Like if your hips, like you're like, oh, I'm gonna choose my hips over my arms, but if you don't flex your hips, you're not going to be able to walk. Therefore, you're not going to be able to do anything, let alone work on your arms.
Don't underestimate the power of the hips. Number two,
the hips don't lie.
My hips do not lie. Number two on my list of top 5 yoga moves is the half pigeon. Now, the half pigeon, as you can see, is it's another hip opening thing, but with your leg kind of bent 45 right in front and leaning your entire body over.
Where are they looking here? Is this where it is?
The picture?
Because that's where you're describing, you're like doing the hand things, but if the box is there.
Well, I can move the box up here if I want to. That's what.
But you can put it right here.
Right now, just so you all know, she is looking at the screen, but don't worry about it. I'm going to
hold the box.
That's fine. You can. Okay, so you will hold the box there. So you might need to hold it bigger for people to actually be able to see the image. So on this one here, though, I remember looking around the room going, like, I could barely like move 45-degree angle. And the more I did it, the more I got to the point where I could actually put my chest to the ground, and it feels incredible. I'm telling you, all of these moves, you go, I can't. Maybe some of you are like, that's an easy move, but it's probably because you've been doing it for a long time. But some of these moves, you're like, I can never do that. Every single one of these moves, at one point, I was like, I cannot do that. And it hurt. And it was like, there's no way I can get down that low. Never, ever. And then eventually I could. And it's a good lesson in life. Just right the first couple times you try something, it's so important not to give up.
I've done yoga with Timmy a couple times, and I'm not ashamed to say that I've cried multiple times because it was really hard. And for some reason, being in the silence of the difficult pose and the strain and trying to stay strong gets in your brain. And I find myself standing there thinking, this is like life. Life is going to throw difficult things at you, and you're going to have to be strong and stand there and not give up. And next thing I know, the tears are just rolling. I'm like, how much longer do we have? You're like, it's only been 3 minutes.
Wait, does yoga counteract the effects of cannabis on you? Because you talk about how cannabis, your mind's always spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Does yoga counteract that?
No, see, okay.
Does it bring out
my mind spins all the time, but when I'm forced to stop, like with yoga, I'm forced to stop and be sedentary. And it leaves me with, now I'm forced to focus on this, whereas most of the time I focus on this. So if I'm focusing on this, I'm not focusing on this. And when I'm forced to focus in here, then it creates things like, what did I start talking about last time we finished yoga? Trauma from past.
Right,
and I was like, why? It was like, 25 minutes, half an hour of yoga. It's weird therapy, but it's good for a stretch.
Well, I've heard similar things about cannabis, though, that cannabis doesn't it's not an escape, because people talk about how people use these things to escape life. That in fact, if anything, it reveals things that you don't want to be revealed. That it actually and you allows you to
I'm
enter
not saying
in.
it's negative either, though. Like,
No, none of this it's not negative.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't want anyone to misconstrue. Like, yes, I cried when I do yoga and whatever, but like that's what I feel like is a part of healing as well. Like in life and in our journeys, things happen to us. It happens to all of us, and a lot of times we push it aside. We didn't realize that it affected us as much as it did, and then something happens and it comes back, and now you're left to deal with all of whatever emotion is left. So I'm not saying it's negative. It was just something that I really feel the pain. It's the pain in my body that I'm literally, like Timmy says, the hips, I'm bent over and my lower back is hurting. And I'm thinking about the fact that I'm young and I shouldn't feel this sore. And why have I done this to myself? And now I'm hard on myself. And then it turns into a whole therapy session that I can't even.
Well, yoga for sure definitely reveals all the muscles and joints and stuff that you don't even think about for most of your life.
Well, no, because you don't use them on a daily basis.
You use them on a daily basis all the time, but not to the point of utilizing them to keep them, like, because our hips are always being used as we walk and stuff, but we don't realize that they're degrading over time unless we stretch them out more. And then we wonder,
strengthened.
The gift of life is not years 1 through 60. No matter how hard you live, 1 through 60, everybody can kind of get there. Yes, there's accidents along the way. The key, the true gift to life is quality of life beyond 60, I say. You know, I'm not a scientist. I'm just throwing this out there as a rough example to say that the stuff that we do now really does affect that later on.
I actually drank my water today.
And number 1 on Timmy's top 5 yoga positions, my favorite one all time is the crow.
I was gonna say, I know this one because I've seen it almost anywhere that you can do it.
Anywhere I go, I will show people that. And it is literally, as you can see in the picture, people listening, it's a balance. You've got your knees on, you've got your hands on the floor.
I don't know where the photo is, but I want to leave lots of room
your
because
knees,
it's friggin' awesome.
Your knees go up onto your elbows. So you're balancing just on the palms of your hands with all of your body weight on kind of resting on your arms and stuff. I could not hold this pose for even a brief moment. I'd always have one toe touching down at any given time. And I'm looking around once again at these older women going, how are they doing this for like 10, 15, 20 seconds? And I was ready to give up the pose until one day my held it for like 3 seconds. And I remember, I think I cried that day. I'm like, oh, and then I did a 10 count one day. And that was just, that was actually the moment that I started to like preach for yoga and say, this has radically changed my life. I had tried weightlifting things and all these different exercise programs for years. The thing that gave me some upper body strength, it may not have built muscle mass, but the thing that gave me strength, which is very different than muscle mass, was doing poses like the crow. And I am stronger today than I was in my 20s because of a pose like this. So
I will say 2 times, very impressive times I've seen you do that. One was the last time when you did it at Lyft in the unicorn onesie because it was really cold and we had been outside for a really long time. So like, I'm impressed that you weren't froze and you were actually able to do it. And you did it for a long time. Like, I don't even know, 25, 30 seconds.
That one threw me off.
I was like, are you just going to keep doing it until you fall? Like, what's going on here? And the other time was on Eric's boat.
Yes, on the front of a moving boat. I was very proud of that.
Well, it wasn't moving, but
it was
on
rocking.
Water. It was just going to say.
Is that moving?
It was. No? It wasn't moving. It was docked.
What's the definition of moving?
It was on a dock. It was like docked. However, like it's on water. I can barely stand and not fall on a boat when it's on the water,
So it
let
was
alone.
moving.
I'm not gonna argue. And that's how you keep it fresh.
It was moving. Those are my top 5 yoga moves. I suggest that you all begin to try those. And believe me, hang in there and you'll find incredible benefits.
Or don't hang in there and fall, but you'll still benefit.
You'll be the falling tree.
That's funny.
Namaste.
Namaste here.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. Our special guest today is Ross Rebliati. I've been practicing that all week. With all the passion that you obviously exhibit right now for cannabis and the industry and breaking stigma and all those things, was that also true about snowboarding? Like taking it back one step now, was that an all-consuming thing for you as well?
Well, it was. I ski raced until I was 15.
Okay.
I started snowboarding when I was 15. The same year I stopped, obviously, and that was 1987. In 1987, you weren't allowed to snowboard in Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
What do? There was no snowboard shops in Canada. There were no snowboard magazines. There was nothing. If you wanted to go snowboarding, you had to go to France, right? Basically, my friends went down to Oregon that summer of 87, around maybe it was summer of 86. Came back with snowboards from Oregon, and my friend from France who moved to Vancouver, where I was growing up, had a snowboard from France, and all of a sudden my friends all had snowboards and I got one. We started just snowboarding and like hiking up Cypress Bowl before it opened, and snowboarding on, or the local parks in Vancouver. Eventually my dad would drive us down to Washington, to Mount Baker, where they were already allowing snowboarding. But it wasn't until 88 that we were allowed to snowboard in Canada and in British Columbia. So there was snowboard prohibition. And then, so when we came, I was like the first person literally to go up the chairlift on Blackcomb. And at the time, Whistler didn't allow snowboarding, just Blackcomb did. They weren't owned by the same people as they are today. And so opening day, 1988, I was like practically first in line out of everybody. And it wasn't like the mayhem that it is today on opening day. But I was literally like the first guy up Blackcomb on a snowboard. And there was so much discrimination by skiers. They hated us so much. We were like the skateboarders that somehow like tricked everybody to let them on the, and we were getting dissed. Like people were yelling at us off the chairlift. And, as a 15-year-old, it was great.
Why would there be so much hate?
Because they said that
are
we
a
didn't
certain
know
brand, right?
It's like, listen, there's right-wing skiers all over the place, just like there is in any aspect of society, right?
Wow.
And so snowboarding was like the new like enemy, right? It was like the big, they're dangerous, like fear them. You must be afraid of snowboarders because they're just gonna come out of left field and take you out. But yeah, they did. They would take you out, but the skiers would take each other out. It wasn't a different phenomenon. It was just like, oh, it was a snowboarder, right? And then they're like, oh, they're wrecking the groomies, and the next thing you know, they're building half pipes and snowboard parks, right? And like the mountains, literally at the time, if you look back in history, there was a huge recession, right? The stock market crashed. Ski resorts were going bankrupt. They had no choice but to do something to boost their ticket sales, right? Same thing happened to the Olympics. That's why in 94 they said we were going, because the kids weren't watching the bobsled, right? They didn't want to watch the cross-country skiing or any whatever, legacy sports. They wanted, and so the Olympics had to figure out, we needed snowboarding. And the same thing now with Sha'Carri happened. She doesn't get to compete. Millions of dollars were lost on TV rights in that race that she was going to do, and the bonuses and all trickles down the line just because of the THC. So now they're reviewing the THC because like a big ticket event got affected, you know, and the bottom line got affected. And so now all of a sudden they're reviewing, which is great. I don't really care why they're reviewing it.
Yeah.
Get it off the list. It doesn't need, it's not supposed to be there. It's only there because of prohibition, racism, discrimination, corporate, you know, interests, and nothing to do with keeping a level playing field, and nothing to do with the spirit of sport. You know, let's just get into that for a second. The IOC supports, like just as an example, LGBTQ right across the board. Okay, not all countries are behind that. The Olympics does it anyways, right? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing here with CBD and THC. It shouldn't be there. It doesn't matter if some countries aren't legal. It's the right thing to do. Get it off the list.
Agreed.
So I was talking to a friend a little while ago, and I have developed now friends on both sides of the spectrum. Obviously, most of my life was people who if they thought they knew anything about cannabis, they were, it turns out they were wrong. But I was talking to someone recently about the cannabis and I guess performance enhancement. And obviously, you know, you're fully in that, understanding that world. My assumption growing up was clearly it can't be, because it should have a negative effect. It should make you lazy, like the guy sitting in his couch with chips on his stomach watching video games all day. That's the perception of what it should do to you. But then the other side of it, when I was talking to this friend of mine, was, well, what if you needed cannabis because you couldn't perform on that stage because you got so anxious? So it actually kept the anxiousness down, therefore enhancing your ability to perform. Is that performance enhancement? How do you see cannabis in this world? Is it enhance at all? Not enhance? Just what is your perspective on when people bring that whole issue up?
Okay, it's all of the above, but just the last thing you said, the cannabis isn't conducive to being on stage. It's not conducive to having cameras in your face or being around people you're not comfortable with. It's just like doing acid. You don't want to be around people you don't know, and definitely don't want to be on stage on an international level, like with cameras and guys with machine guns standing around. Like, it's just not where you want to be, right? Like, it does, you know, but what it does do is it trains you to be calm over the period of time that you use cannabis, because you don't, like, I'm a healthy guy right across the board. Like, I used to drink. I don't drink anymore. I'm 3 years into not drinking, loving it. I don't want to, like, we can dive into that, whatever. I don't care. But I'm just healthy all across the board. So it doesn't, like, you could take one thing away from me, I'm still going to be healthy, right? But the thing is about, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? This is
performance enhancement.
Performance enhancement.
Cannabis is not conducive to
cannabis. Not conducive to crowds.
So, as a cannabis user, right? I like use cannabis on a regular basis. I have since I was around 20, and I've learned that it can be part of a healthy lifestyle for me. And I've learned in situations while I'm on cannabis that it helps me in so many different ways, especially with my family and my wife, my relationships with other people. It gives me pause instead of like quickly saying something, like having a sharp tongue, or, you know, and it gives me a chance to reflect on things, like when I'm rolling a joint and when I'm smoking a joint. It gives me that opportunity to reflect, and it's introspective. Like I like to say, cannabis introduces you to yourself, right? As an athlete, you often hear how much of a head game it is. It's such a head game. It's all head game. Everyone has the best snowboard, the best skis, the best bobsled.
Right.
The gear is hardly the issue anymore, right? It's all upstairs. And, you know, of course, you need the right coaching and a huge amount of support. So there's a lot that goes into it, to be honest. But it is really about, even if you have the best support group, if you're not feeling confident upstairs. And so here's the thing. Our body has an endocannabinoid system. It's like practically the biggest, like, organism in our body. It's like number 2 besides the skin, I think. Prohibition has caused us to be cannabinoid deficient, okay? It's like being vitamin B12 deficient. It's not an excuse to be deficient in cannabinoids just because of prohibition. Our body needs this stuff, right? And mother's milk is super high in cannabinoids, but it's not. It's that's why babies are so like satisfied after feeding. Now that we have legalization in Canada, our bodies are legally allowed to run at their optimal level, right? So before prohibition, I would have argued, yes, it's performance enhancing for so many different reasons, okay? But now because of prohibition ending and legalization and our understanding of our endocannabinoid system, having it topped off with cannabinoids just allows us to run at the level we're supposed to run at. And by the way, they figured out when your cannabinoid system is topped up, every single cell in your body does twice as much as it does without that.
Wow.
Twice as much. And that's everything that your cells do, not just your skin cells or your hair or your fingernail cells. Like your whole entire body, your whole thing is working not just twice as much, but they're doing twice as many things. So it's an incredible, like, exponential amount that your body does for you when, okay, so when we talk about performance enhancing in the traditional sense of the word, you're like, okay, I'm going to smoke a joint, I can run faster, that sort of thing. I don't know. No one's really like done that test. I'd be willing to like do tests like that and see how it turns out. But I would argue that somebody who uses cannabis is going to have a much more even keel, is going to show up to training much more regular, and is going to perform at a better, optimal, is going to perform optimally at those training sessions. And at the end of the day, after years and years of training, all this positivity and the extra days of training on the rainy days and the cold mornings, and the late nights and being away from your family and somehow being able to handle all of that upstairs without intoxicating yourself in a negative way, and that whole lifestyle that goes with it, lends itself to being healthier and performing at a higher level. And so you can see it from lots of different angles.
Right.
It all depends. Like people interpret, like in law and in politics, people interpret the same thing like a million different ways.
See, I'm glad you brought up the endocannabinoid system, because that's I'm all about teaching and the education. And I like to put things in terms that other people can understand, because like everybody has a car, right? We all have cars or vehicles or whatever. We know to check the oil. We know to, the windshield washer fluid, the coolant, the gas, keep all that stuff done. But did you know that there's a little fuse panel in there, and there's like little fuses, and they all have different numbers? And a lot of people don't know that, but they also don't know that, like you said, we have all these endocannabinoid receptors. And although we're feeding ourselves, milk or dairy or cheese, all the stuff, the meat, all your vitamins, but you're not getting the proper cannabinoids. So that's why when Ross is saying, yeah, we're just getting what we need to be in this state of homeostasis, in the best state that we could possibly be in. And that will eventually help you perform better.
And guess what? When they made weed illegal, whatever it was, 80 years ago, that was like the birth of Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Because cannabis oil was the base of almost every single medicine.
Yep. THC tincture.
On the planet was the base. And then they would add other herbs and things to that to augment it, to do different things, right? But the base was cannabis. And then all this issues that we're having with ADHD, anxiety, stress, depression, these are all symptoms of having a deficient cannabinoid system. And the Big Pharma has capitalized on lobbying the US government to keep it that way, for one thing, so that they can sell people their synthetic drugs. I mean, the opioid crisis, perfect example. No one's talking about the cannabinoid crisis because they want you to be on those antidepressants, right?
Yeah.
But the opioid crisis, it doesn't affect me and you, so we don't give a shit. And who cares what the drug addicts do? And and they're just continuing to pump, regions of the country. Like Tennessee, for example, I think there's like 30 million people that live in Tennessee, or less, or no, 7 million people live in the whole the whole state of Tennessee, and something like 180 million codeine pills or whatever had gone into that state in the year before.
Wow. Yeah, that's
for
crazy.
only that 7 million people. It's like 100 pills per person. Per month or something like that.
Well, see, Dr. William Courtney, doctor in the cannabis industry or cannabis user in as a doctor, however you want to put it, he believes that cannabis is not just a vitamin, but it's a vegetable, and actually juices the cannabis plant and drinks it every day, like not blends, but juices with the wheatgrass juicer. It's disgusting. I've tried it, but super healthy. And like you're saying, to get a really big boost of cannabinoids, and we're trying to make up how many years. Like my mother was deficient, her mother was deficient, and it's just been bred into us. And I've got just what I smoke. So
yeah, well, it's a generational thing, because we do have to deal with the stigmas and things like that, you know, to move forward. And we also need the numbers that we weren't allowed to gather, you know, before. And once cannabis has been legal for a certain amount of time, they'll have the hospital visits that are related. They'll have the car accidents that are related. They'll have the various deaths. Like everyone knows, there's never been death like due to cannabis, like on its own. But they'll have these numbers.
Yeah.
And before they have these numbers, of course, we have these childproof lids, and you can't have like a picture that a kid's gonna like all of a sudden decide to smoke weed. Like just like there's no vodka bottle with a childproof cap on it.
You know, Advil 72 bottle does not come with a childproof thing. I can open it with one finger. And I called to ask them why this was so. And they said if I needed a childproof lid, that I should buy the smaller bottle, because that one comes with childproof thing. And I was like, wait a minute. This bottle is three times as much. This is going to kill somebody, but it's okay.
No, but it's up to good parenting.
Of course.
They're leaving it up to the discretion of which they should do. I mean, I'm a believer of childproof. Okay, I've got 3 kids. I get it. Okay.
But why should cannabis be different, though? That's my thing. Like, why do our cannabis packages have to be like ridiculous?
No, that's exactly. And that's why they need these numbers that I'm referring to. So because the politicians don't know, they think this is like codeine or like a regular pharmaceutical drug, because it started off in a medical. The only way we could get it through the courts was medically. And so it's been classified as a drug, but coffee is not considered a drug. Oregano isn't considered a drug. Rosemary or none of that stuff is considered drugs. It's the same exact sort of plant medicine that we're talking about with cannabis, and they're not classified as drugs. But the class 1 classification in the States has put it on the Schedule 1, and the prohibition that the States has spread around the world, or else you can't be an ally of the States, has created this huge, like massive issue, right? And that's why, it's still federally illegal in the States, because it's tied into so many diplomatic relationships that they have, and they have a hard time backpedaling it.
I really appreciate just as you walk through the cannabinoid system, and it's one of those things, as I've been on this learning journey, it's been amazing of how much stuff wasn't told to me. And when you talk about that, it makes sense to me. And I've learned a ton as MJ talks about that thing. And it makes me think about, like, I'm anti pharma, whatever you want to call it. Like, there used to be a time when I would pop a Tylenol every single day because I get these stress headaches. And then 4 years ago, as a joke, I started to do yoga because I thought it was just for women and flexibility, and I wanted to do something on my Instagram that was funny. And now I swear by it. I haven't taken a Tylenol in 3.5 years because I was only dealing with the symptom, and yoga, a natural form of stretching, actually removed all the things that I was taking the pill to kind of just get rid of the headache for. And when you talk about the cannabinoid system, that to me makes it sound like cannabis is as much a performance enhancer as get enough sleep, do regular exercise, eat healthy. Like if
It's
somebody
part of a
is,
healthy lifestyle.
what's that?
It's part of a healthy lifestyle.
Yeah. If somebody is an athlete, if two athletes and one is on a better sleeping regimen, eating healthier and doing a better exercise program, technically their performance has been enhanced over the one who hasn't. And that's exactly what cannabis is. It's adding another element, a natural element. So if you want to call that enhancement, that's just called healthy living, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And in the sports like cycling, for example, like the Tour de France, like marginal gains are kind of what they're after. And running, those guys from Kenya that run the Boston Marathon, they're literally down to like what shoelaces they're using to try to, and so it's these small differences that you can put together called marginal gains, and cannabis and water and potassium and all these things that you need as an athlete and as a normal person, just add up to being, almost unbeatable. And you do need all of those things, because you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? And stress happens to be, and anxiety and depression happen to be very good friends of athletes. And not drinking and sleeping, going to bed early, waking up early, having a lifestyle that's repetitive, that is sustainable for years on end, like for your whole life. Like I don't go on a diet. I'm on a diet. Like I'm not on a diet. This is my diet. Like that's the concept that you have to think about. Like you don't go on a diet. You fix your diet so that you eat like that every day of your life, or and it's just a different mindset, really. And it's the people that are open to using cannabis that are also more open to those different kinds of mindsets and thinking outside the box. And it really does make you more comfortable when you're uncomfortable. And that's what we're getting back to as far as stress and things like that. You don't need to smoke a joint that day, but if you've been training yourself, like yoga, for example, like smoking weed is like yoga, right? Like over a period of a decade, you will train yourself to be more calm. And if you watch like interviews of me at the Olympics, like the reporters were like, "You're so fucking calm." And I'm like, I know, but I'm all torn up inside. Like you wouldn't believe what it was like being in jail. But yeah.
Wow. Well, I can tell you, quite frankly, I could probably say, look, the biggest win that you've had is I might walk out of this room and smoke a joint now, because I'm healthy in all other areas of my life. And now I'm like, did Ross Gold just convince me to go smoke another joint?
Well, listen, if you do that, just remember dosing is everything. Like you match it to your tolerance.
Yeah.
Instead of having like a big puff, have a teeny tiny little hoot and flick that joint as far away from you as possible.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
No, unfortunately, it's time for us to say goodbye.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us today.
Please take a moment to join us on our Patreon page. Become a patron. If you've been enjoying anything that we're doing, a little bit of money monthly can go in there to help us continue to do the things that we're doing, go the places we want to go, and continue to grow this show. As well, you'll have access to full interviews of the people that we have interviewed, hence they're called interviews. Those will be available there because you only see clips on these episodes. As well, there'll be other extras and stuff available there too. So go to our Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie and help support what we're doing here.
And you can also connect with us on social media, Facebook and Instagram at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And of course, be sure to subscribe on our YouTube channel, and as well your favorite podcatcher. Whether you want to watch us or listen to us, we always recommend watching based on things that you even saw in this episode. But go on to there at the Newbie and the Doobie, push little bell notifications, whatever it may be, so you do not miss anything coming up.
And while you're there, why not share with your family and friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie?
And on that note, with this, I close.
Our podcast is a weekly podcast.
I was getting there. I was being more dramatic.
Okay.
With this, I close. Our podcast is a weekly podcast. So we will see you next week. But until then, please remember,
stay lifted
and keep on laughing. Cheers.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm already into the vortex. Why not? Trying to get on this website. Sounds like a cool website. You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends. Just how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make me dance, so when you have to cheat on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Nobody sang. Hi, how are you? Oh, that is so cool.
Everybody sang, except for me.
Oh, you sound really good today there, lady.
Oh, good. So
Yeah.
it's not me crinkling.
No, I think it's Darcy rolling his joint is what it is.
I'll mute while I roll mine right now then.
Is it really? Yes, it is, but your microphone's picking up everything from your desk. Anyways, welcome to the 420 Radio Show. Tonight, we're trying something different. We're on our Facebook page. I'll share it everywhere in a second. We're on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Say hello to YouTube. Hi, YouTube. And we're on. We've been putting the show on our Twitter page for fucking years, but tonight's the first time we've done audio and video. So, hi, if anybody's watching. And why are you looking? Don't talk to Mary Jane today.
Why?
She's just here to look pretty and stare at people.
Are you kidding? This is the day that I look the least pretty. I threw on a hat and I got a blanket on my lap.
And your video is frozen.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why. You're frozen. You're
frozen.
just sitting there in a very pretty pose. I'd like to capture that picture, actually. It was a very good pose.
What about now?
No, move your head.
I just stopped my
Marcel
thing.
is hidden because he doesn't like to be seen. Is there an echo, did you say? Okay, we'll get rid of the echo. Is that better? Hope so. Anyways, we're trying some new stuff here to see what's going on. Len's playing with some stuff, so you're going to hear things like that.
Was that
Harder.
that would be Lenny.
That would be Lenny. Yeah. What do you got loaded up there? What page you got loaded up? I can't see it. Len.
It's Ted.
Oh God! I just got sound effects. Anyways, so welcome to the 420 Radio Show. I thought since there's probably going to be some new people around here, we'd introduce ourselves. I'm Al, and Mary Jane's in the middle, and Frozen. And
Seriously,
Marcel,
I'm still frozen.
You're still frozen, yes, sweetie.
What? I didn't even shut my camera off and everything.
Marcel is here, and Lenny, the pharmacist. You should change your tag there to the pharmacist, Len.
Pharmacist. Sounds like a superhero type guy. The
Well, that's
pharmacist.
the pharmacist
Comes flying in with a bundle of OxyContin.
So Len, I just wanted to start off. Did you hear about what happened with Michael Keaton?
No.
He's Batman again.
Oh, that? Well, I don't think that's a secret.
No, not anymore. It was a big secret for a long time.
I've kind of known for like a year.
But he's because of the Flash movie. He's in the Flash movie.
He's in the Flash.
But he's also going to be reprising his role in a series that he started being in, and I can't remember, is it Titans or one of them?
Oh, he's showing up in Titans.
Is that what it is?
I've heard that rumor. Is that official?
I don't know about that one, but I know that he's in talks about doing another movie. So
yeah, see, Titans. There's been I think Titans actually has an older Batman, Bruce Wayne.
Do they?
I think so.
I think that as an older Bruce Wayne or an older Batman, he's going to be great.
What they should have done is Batman Beyond. Like, it's the older Bruce Wayne teaching the younger Batman.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Keaton would fit that pretty good right now.
You know, the only thing I don't like about this so far is that we actually have to feature it. There's no one that just kind of says, "Hey, man." So there's me. Then we can watch Darcy rolling a joint, and then there's Len. And
what up, motherfuckers?
Hello, Mary Jane. Hello. And then the guy who hides all the time, the neighbor. You should change your tag to the neighbor, Dale. The neighbor and the farm. I don't think I can change Lenny's, can I?
It'd be awesome to get a photo of Dale.
I can change your name, Len.
But have a
but
photo
do you
of
change
Dale
it
just
for
peeking over the leaves.
What, Marcel?
Does it change it for everywhere? Like everybody
know,
will
let
see
me
it, or does it just change it for you?
Let me try. I don't know how to spell pharmacist. You do it.
DRUG space DEALEA.
DEA? No, thank you.
Oh, I can unmute them.
Okay, so while you guys are playing here, I'm going to go and see if I'm going to share some stuff here. And I have a song loaded for later already. And that should be interesting. I love that movie.
He was really good in that movie.
That's actually kind of cool because I can edit Lenny's and MJ's mic settings.
I know. I saw that. Ooh, look at that. That looks really snazzy on Facebook.
How do you?
I'd like you to share
what are you
it.
editing my shit on?
I'm not editing it. I can edit your mic.
I'm sure.
And I can unmute Dale.
Ooh, yeah, I saw that. I was like, ooh, I can unmute Marcel while he's having his dinner and listen to him.
Actually, here, I'll unmute Darcy.
How do you guys get the full-size avatars?
Oh, because they chose to mute themselves. I can't do it.
Oh. All right.
What was that, Dale?
How do you guys get the full-size backgrounds there?
Just go into
Mine's just a little circle.
In the settings, buddy.
Go into the settings and
you have to turn your camera on to get that. Sorry.
Yeah, you turn your camera on, and then you go into the camera settings, and you add an image off of your hard drive onto this, and then that'll be your background.
Oh, okay, I see.
Right. So mine's a virtual background.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's just like a JPEG or something.
No, I'm here.
So tonight,
no,
like I said, tonight we're playing with some new stuff. So you know, we're here though. There you go. You like that? Why don't you put? Is that your vagina picture?
That's her vagina. It looks so much like the last one. But to me, I mean, you have a very good explanation for it. It's just that the original painting at Harvest Fest that everybody did was a fucking cow.
Look at that. We're live we're on YouTube. I'm looking at YouTube and we're on there.
I'm still waiting for you to share it on Facebook so I can
Yeah,
share
I'm
it.
doing that. I'm on 2 computers here, buddy. So just kind of. Okay.
What was that?
Somebody playing with his computer. That's what that is. All right.
What's Darcy doing?
Playing with his bag over there.
What's Darcy doing?
You're making dry sift, I think.
He is.
Playing with his bag.
You're making dry sift.
Can you can you turn on his camera too? Can you do that as well?
Who? Dale?
Whoever.
We
Can you
see
turn somebody's
Darcy.
camera on
No.
without their knowledge?
No.
Look at that. There we are. We're on our page. Okay, I found us.
Oh no, there is water in there.
No,
We're all just quietly watching Darcy shake the bag.
It's dry because
Is he shaking the
the
bag?
amount of weight it would be if it was wet.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
He's not that strong.
Now he's beating it.
Darcy's beating it.
Beating his bag.
He's shaking it. Now he's beating it.
Yeah.
What micron's that, Darcy?
And cleaning it with a toothbrush.
And he's smirking about it too. Look at the smile. He's like, yeah.
And you know what?
220, Dale.
220.
Whose toothbrush?
It's not. It's a 1-inch paintbrush
Oh, okay.
with coarse bristles, so your crystals don't stick to it.
No, you can get an anti-static one. They're like 150 or $200.
Yeah, see, I ain't got that much money. This was $1.
Yeah. Works just as well.
Yeah, I'm shaking it out because I want to squish it. I squished some stuff the other night at a super low temperature, and it turned out fucking amazing. I want to see what this turns out at.
What was that?
Temperature.
I don't know. It scared the shit out of me.
What's that say, Lenny?
What's that?
That one you just played.
This is the Christian Bale angry ones.
Angry Batman.
I believe it was during a Terminator movie he did.
Jesus, who's banging and shit?
That's Darcy. Yeah, look, he's dumping out Keith right in front of you.
I love it, Darcy.
Shake it one more time, put it back in the freezer.
Did you guys get that weather you were talking about?
It's starting out there now.
It
We
started
got none.
It
No
started
weather
snowing
at all.
here just before 4. After a bit of freezing rain. And yesterday we finally broke down and put the winter tires on. Because, just in case.
All right, you guys should have the share now.
I don't know, you haven't shared it yet.
Yeah, I did. It just said I shared it, and I tagged you guys.
Well, I got no notification.
Reload your page, dude.
I just did.
Oh, this is a bad one.
Oh, I found the foghorn.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
I'm upgrading my press.
Are you? What are you getting?
I got to switch it to a air over I think I said it right. Air over hydraulic.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're gonna hook up a little tank to it.
Yeah.
Push button.
I need to.
Getting too hard for you to.
I can't pump this one. I pumping it up is, I mean, I can pump it, don't get me wrong, but it's, you know, trying to get past 5 ton, it's getting hard.
Okay.
And then but then super low temperatures, you need the higher pressure to get your same yields.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not getting my yields like
you get the same pressure every time, eh?
What's that?
You get the same pressure every time.
Yeah, I can get to about 7 ton, and after that, boy, she's hard on you.
Yeah, that it takes me about four pushes there, like 4 pumps to get up to just over 10, and that last one is tough.
Yeah, so no, so I'm going to invest in
Okay, you shared it. It's on.
Hillary saw it. She shared it.
Yeah, but I'm sharing it off of our page.
So did Darcy.
But everything
included you.
Being tagged.
Let me make
It's a
sure
nice
that
file.
you're. Oh God, I forgot to tag you in there. I missed you, buddy. Hold on a second here.
Sorry, that's funny. I tagged you, I swear.
I already shared it.
Tag me anyways, fucker.
You're such an ass, Marcel.
There, shaved. It's shaved.
Okay, now you're gonna go and look at it because it's.
So anybody who's watching the video, if you don't mind saying hi, then we can see if this thing works, and then we can, put stuff like this up.
I kind of like the preference that no one's really listening. So,
do you?
Yeah.
You don't want, I was like that for a long time. I really don't care if anybody's listening.
I'm still like that, to be honest. I kind of go with the assumption nobody does, but I know some people unfortunately do.
Yeah. So when you go to an event, you're walking down the fucking row and somebody screams out, "Hey, Al, I love your show." It's just like, what? I can't hide behind anything. I don't like that. So somebody do that to Len next time.
Oh, I'm a natural introvert anyway, right? So
no.
Hey, Lenny,
What's
I like
that?
your drugs.
You like my what?
I like your drugs.
What drugs?
So does my wife.
What? Am I missing something?
No, you specially compounded them for me.
Oh, what did we give you?
the stiff upper lip, if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, all right, I know what you're talking about now.
See, I like your drugs.
Yeah.
See, they're out.
So-
Someone likes it.
Marcel or Darcy.
What's that?
I don't know how to feature. Okay, there we go. There's Darcy. Show us what you're doing. I made you big. So this is all Keith.
Actually, I want that phone to sit like that. Oh, well.
So you're going to put
Don't
that
pump
into your pre-press, yes?
Yes, I'm gonna go get a bag right now. So I'm gonna take this bag and turn it in white ways because they always come inside out. These bags here are bigger, Marcel, than the ones we usually get. These are 3x6. These bags here are bigger than the ones we usually get, eh?
I'd like to get bags that size made out of parchment paper.
These are 3x6.
Yeah.
And I reuse these bags 3 times and then I throw them out.
Really?
I clean them out with 70%
How are you cleaning it?
alcohol.
Are you freezing it first?
My Keith was already frozen.
No. Are you freezing the bag before you clean it?
You freeze the bag as well?
I clean it when I'm done with it. I let it cool for a second, then I dump it right out.
Okay, cool.
I find that stuff comes out of it a lot easier, and you don't get a lot of grummy shit stuck to it.
Yeah.
But I find these bags here are pretty good. These are Rosentech bags.
Yeah.
They're 32 micron, so I find you get a little cleaner. You get for squish and hash and stuff. Yes, it affects your yields a little bit, but I find you get a little cleaner rosin.
Yeah.
It's all in your quality, I guess. But I'm gonna see what this weighs actually.
You know what? I've got to get a new grinder because I ain't never gotten fucking powder like that.
This is Oh.
It's not a grinder, Al.
I know.
But I have a grinder that'll turn it into powder like that.
You see how?
Yeah.
So all that is just tiny little bud.
And you're just bouncing it. You're bouncing it. Yeah. Now you can still use that and put it in oil or something afterwards. All the stuff that's left.
I'll still use that for hash.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I'll still get likely anything over 5% is good. So I usually get right around 10.
What micron is that bag that you've got there for your dry shift?
That's 220.
Okay. What do those run?
That bag right there is about what, $19, Marcel, was it?
Can I use I've got a 5-bag set. Can I use one of those?
That's what that is out of my 5-bag set.
Okay.
Do you have a 220?
I don't know.
You should have a 220 now. That should be the one that all your weed goes into.
I haven't showed you guys it yet, so I might as well grab it. Hold on.
Yeah, that should be your work bag.
It's so funny. The question I have for Darcy is, when you went to the bag and came back, did you make a sound like? Because I would. I thought you did. I was like, I would do that shit too.
No, I like to keep it in the freezer for an hour before I go to sift it. Makes it cold, makes everything brittle. And if I don't get as much plant material,
use dry ice.
So that would be amazing if I had some.
Can you get that? Is it hard to get, Marcel?
No.
Call up.
Get right.
Get it.
All right.
Yeah,
these bags are from Zen. I don't know if that means anything because I don't know who they are, but
it's just the bottom has a screen mesh, right?
Yeah, I have. There's a little bag here as well.
Aren't they called bubble bags?
Yep.
Yeah, but that little bag's probably a pressing screen.
I can't see you, Al.
You can't see me. Hold on a sec.
No, you got Darcy.
Yeah.
There, I can see you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Don't put yourself big.
It's your red bag. Your red bag should be your 220.
I got 25 to 220. The blue one's the 220.
220 is
Use
blue?
your
Yeah.
Okay, so
160 is red. Orange is
120.
120. And the yellow is
73.
73. Yep. And then of course you know what the purple one is. 25.
25.
And then this little this thing here as well.
That's a pressing screen.
Yeah.
So I use that to
Press the water out of the hash.
Put it on top and the bottom one.
So here's the easiest way to do it: is take the wet hash off of your screen when you go to collect it.
Yeah.
Put it onto the pressing screen.
Somebody's clicking again.
Put it onto the pressing screen while that's sitting on a towel. Then take that, fold it over on itself so that all the hash is covered by pressing screen.
Okay. So
Put
the water
put another towel on top of that and then roll it with a rolling pin.
Oh, okay.
Right? Just be careful that you don't roll it too fast and too hard and blow hash out the side of the bag. Or the
Marcel?
Pressing screen.
Yeah.
Note to self. Do not use a towel that you just washed.
Oh, no.
And
use a
if
towel.
you're going to get a specific towel for making hash and just wash it with no soap and water and let it dry.
There's the instructions. So yeah, that's what that is. That's the screen there.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's a big thing right there, Al, because your hash tastes like fabric softener.
Okay. I'll get away.
Here, I'll give you some more hints.
A new towel and wash it without anything.
Fabric
No,
stuff,
no gain. Absolutely no gain.
I don't use
no apple mango tango.
no soaps,
fentanyl?
no fabric softeners, nothing.
How about cocaine? Can you add cocaine?
If you want, that's up to you, but that would just be an really expensive wash. Here's another hint. Because your bags only drain out of the bottom, life's going to suck.
Why? This is the same exact set that Michael used in that video, and it worked out perfect.
Oh, it works out great.
They work.
They work out awesome.
Okay,
It
here we go.
just sucks.
I want to try this. Cheers right back to you there, Obi-Wan. Cannabinoid.
A lot of shaking.
A lot of shaking going
Yeah,
on.
that's the problem is
Yeah.
you're going to have to do a lot of shaking to get the water out. So
Okay.
if you get full mesh bags, then it's easier.
Oh, okay.
But a trick that you can do is get your 5-gallon bucket that you're going to put your bags into and put a false bottom in it.
I have
with
two.
holes
I bought two pails.
so that the water can start draining out as soon as it goes in. All right. So what you do is you take one bucket and you drill holes in the side of the bucket.
So that it doesn't fill
around
it
the
up
bottom,
and then end up is sitting in the water, right?
so water can get out. And then you take
Okay.
the bottom of another bucket,
Yeah.
drill holes all over the bottom, and place that into inside the bottom of that big bucket or the full bucket. Then
So
let your
you're
bag sit on top of that false bottom. Then
Yeah.
as soon as your water starts going in, it starts draining out. Because by the time you get to the 25 micron bag, you're getting pretty friggin' exhausted trying to shake water out.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think that we might just have to do that on air one day.
Yeah, it's a good exercise. I mean, well,
Okay,
I've
let's
done
see
it.
what Darcy's doing. Hold on. Gotta bring Darcy back up here. Okay, there we go. She's taking us for a ride, man.
Yeah. I've done it at Harvest Fest because I demoed hash.
Yeah, I saw you do it. That's why I knew a little bit how to do it. Yeah.
So, and trust me, doing that repetitively gets old quick. So you'll end up going to full mesh bags.
I just gotta say, best name ever, Obi-Wan Cannabinoid.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of funny, isn't it?
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. And he's listening on, or she is listening on YouTube. So welcome, YouTube.
You mean he, she, they, or them?
Obi-Wan is listening. Yeah, he, she, they, or them. Yes, them. No, we can't say them.
That's apparently an approved pronoun, dude.
Oh, really? Well, maybe
I'm fucking serious.
Maybe
And
Buddy will get his job back then.
No, in this non-binary, whatever people identify as, it can be them or they. I found that one complicated because to me that's a plural, but you can't identify as they or them.
Can they identify as an it?
I guess if that's what you want to be.
Well, Prince did legally change his name to a symbol. So, ooh, nice, Darth.
Squished. Dark, isn't it? Always on mute. Maybe he doesn't know that he's muted yet.
Unmute him. Unmute.
It's darker than it looks, Marcel.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. If you look at it from up here, looks a little lighter.
It's darker. It's darker than it looks.
Yeah,
because it looks pretty dark.
Looks like somebody cacked all over the paper.
barfed out of that press. So it's very similar to what happens if you put a frog in one of those and you squish it.
That was my very first Beavis and Butthead episode, Frog Baseball.
Oh yeah. That's just wrong.
Okay, we're gonna mute you again, Darcy, because you're driving us nuts.
It is Darcy. He is the clicker. He's like in the game, The Last of Us. They're called clickers.
Every time he touches his desk, it clicks.
Yep. But
the
monsters in the video game, The Last of Us, that's what they are. They're called clickers.
Hello.
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 All right, so we're figuring out this new system that's broadcasting on Everywhere at once.
Everywhere at once. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube right now.
Oh, that makes it easy.
Yeah, I don't have to share everything after we're done.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Did we lose Mary Jane? Mary Jane left us.
All I get's a highlight of Darcy. Can't tell.
Yeah.
Well, he was doing stuff. We were watching it, but
Well,
now
no, I'm just saying.
No, Mary Jane's still here.
I have no other way to look at the other panels. That's
She just has her camera off.
No, you get what we want you to see, Len, because you
Yeah.
don't have admin.
No, but that's no exactly. But I like as me, like I can't see when you guys jump off when it is focused on. I'm just learning this new site too.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. We're just
not necessarily a complaint, just an observation.
I like that. That kind of fills the whole screen, but this kind of. Do you like the background? I like the background. That's a lot. How much did you put in there? Did you weigh it, Darcy?
Mute.
You're muted, Darcy.
8 grams.
8 grams.
Yeah,
8 grams is what went in.
And what did you get out? Did you weigh it?
Not yet. I never got a paper yet.
Okay.
Why not? What's taking you so long? Come on.
You gotta let it cool some.
Why? Pour it out.
What's the best yield you've got so far with that, Darcy?
I put in 17 grams and pulled back 15.
Really?
Keith, that's Keith, mind you. If I had a little bigger micron bag, I likely would have got a little more, but it would have had a little. Well, I can't say plant material because it's Keith. So there shouldn't be really no plant material in it. But I would have had a little more. I found it go sugary.
Okay, so you put how much in this?
This time here, I put 8 grams in.
And you got what? You'll find out in a minute what you got.
I'm gonna say there's likely 4 grams here, 5 grams.
Nice.
This is why I don't like pressing flour out.
I do. I'll press anything. I've only done flour so far though, because I don't have a pre-press yet. So I
get such a low yield on your flour.
The best I've done was 5 grams. I got just shy of a gram.
Yeah, see, Body One, that's what we were getting out at Harvest Fest that time ourselves. With
What was that?
John, remember that white that John had?
Yeah.
And it turned right to butter.
Yeah.
Yep. That's that. It's but different strains do different things. I've noticed. Like
yeah. Every strain's going to be different, but 20% is a nice return.
I put 5 grams of the what's the one that I got there? Where's the bag? Fuck's sakes. Hold on.
My Fruit Spirit gave me 17% return.
I put 5 grams of the jet fuel gelato in just to see what it came out, and it came just shy of a gram, and it was more like a shatter. It just instantly hardened like a shatter. It was fucking awesome.
What was your temperature, Al?
Generally, I'm going between 120 and 160 for between 35 and 45 seconds because I've got a double, right? A double probe plate. So I get real hot real quick, but it's going right from the freezer in.
Now when you say that temperature, is that reading Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius.
Okay, so yeah.
What temperature was it?
Between 120 and 160. Generally.
120 be right around 250 with it, Marcel.
I don't know the difference.
248.
240. Yeah, see.
Now you see, I did with the ice cream cake. I did like we were talking about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. I tried that and it came out all soupy and running, and I couldn't even get it off the paper, and I threw it out. I had to throw it out. Like it was just
150 is 300.
I even put it in the freezer for half an hour and it didn't
How-
do anything to it.
How dry was that, Al?
It not dry at all. It's gone. It went right from the drying rack into a bag into my freezer. So it's been sitting in there since I brought it home. It's still in the freezer.
Okay.
Right. It's actually I can roll it.
Yeah.
But it's you know, I don't like smoking it. It's very harsh. And I just didn't. I won't grow it again. Let's put it that way.
Try making some oil out of it.
Well, I'm going to. I have some put away for oil and stuff. Yeah, and then I have about a quarter pound in the freezer, waiting to do hash, or I'm going to do hash and then live resin. Okay, so while we're watching Darcy, what's the difference, guys, between rosin and resin?
Go ahead, Darce.
He's muted.
He can unmute to tell you. I'm pulling up articles.
Okay. There's some good ones this week.
In all my knowledge, rosin is squished with heat and live. Well, no, because you can get live resin that way too. But fuck.
I thought resin was frozen. Or no, live.
That's live, yeah.
Live, right?
One's live, one's cured.
Yeah.
So rosin is cured and resin is not.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
can't you get
resin-
live?
live
You can get
resin's fresh
live.
frozen.
You can get
You can
live
get live
rosin.
resin and you can get live rosin,
You can't get live rosin, yes.
but you can get both.
You can, yeah.
So what's the difference in the actual product? Is there any real difference?
Probably not. It's probably just misnomers. I'm betting. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't find a difference between either. Whether it's live resin or rosin.
One's more terpier.
I find that it's the strain.
That's really the most thing
difference.
is the terpenes, and that's why they do it.
They're
And it's
capturing terpenes.
fresh frozen, and I mean quick frozen, and frozen hard, and then squished.
That's a nice ball, Darcy.
Yeah. Fucking hardened right up.
Darcy has nice balls.
Sounded like a rock.
Mary Jane, why do you look like you're contemplating murder?
I thought you were going to ask me if I was agreeing if Darcy had nice balls. I wasn't even paying attention to that.
No. So you're going to squish that now, Darcy?
No, I'm just sitting it on my plate for a second so I can get it off. My tool.
Yeah, he's having trouble with his tool now.
He's crackling again. Crack-a-lacking.
Good guy.
I got it. Woo.
You should grab a rig, Darce, and do a cold start.
Yeah. Woo. Let's see what that weighs.
Now you make me want to do some.
I'm going to say that weighs 3 grams, maybe.
And that was Keith, right?
That was
Keith.
Keith. That was Keith that I shook for about, I don't know, 40 seconds.
I might try that because I got my
Really,
buckets down
the
in
only
car.
bad thing about it is though, Al, is it's super dry.
Yeah.
So that'll affect your yields too.
Okay.
3.30.
Wow. And so what temperature?
That one right there was 192 Fahrenheit.
You need to go back to your headset and mic, buddy. And how long?
I had to do that for maybe 40 seconds. Yeah.
It was just 40 seconds.
Yeah, right around there.
I'm honestly finding, Darcy, that the more I do it, the shorter and the hotter is better. You know, we were talking about that. Some people like it shorter and hotter. Some people like it hotter and or a lot.
It is for your personal use, Al. But if you're trying to sell that product, you do.
I'm not trying. No, this is just for me. So it's a matter
Yeah,
of how I like it.
I'm talking market wise for someone like Churro or any
Yeah.
other LP that
Yeah,
they're doing it. If they're doing it, they got to do it at a lower temperature, higher pressure because people want that lighter product, right?
Well, as long as it goes in my shatterizer without a fuss, because I fucking hate messing with that shit. And I can roll it on a slicky.
That's, to be honest with you, that rosin, I'd rather smoke this darker rosin right here than that lighter rosin.
Me too.
Well, I just want rosin. I don't care if it's light or dark. I'm not funny that way.
How much?
The lighter rosin's nice, but I find the lighter rosins have a lot more flavor, like a lot more terp. That has terp to it. Don't get me wrong. You put that in a dabber, you're gonna taste the terp. But
Yeah.
it's not gonna be like that stuff if you squished it and it come out yellow. Like I'll go. Give me 1 second. I'll go grab stuff
Do
here.
it,
I squished
do it
last
old
night.
school. Hold
I
on.
squished it at 160 Fahrenheit, which is really low. But I had to jack on the pressure. Actually, I had to get some help to
So
jack my press up. But when it come out pretty near as white as paper.
What's the maximum heat?
I really don't know if there is a
Like, because well, eventually you start burning shit off, don't you?
Well, you got to remember.
You don't want to go much above 300.
Yeah,
Okay,
300 Fahrenheit. I wouldn't go above 300 Fahrenheit at all.
So at what point do you start burning shit off? At 220, right?
No, lower than
No,
that.
it starts decarboxylating THC at 220.
Okay.
So you got to remember all your other terpene there, Al. Some of them are so volatile. Some of them are cooking off at like 100.
Yeah.
I have my stuff set at a maximum of 220, but it usually goes up to about 260, 270, and then comes back down because it shuts itself off automatically and then it gauges it. Right.
I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna log back in on my other phone and see if I'm cracking stuff here because this one's dying. Maybe that's what it is.
All right.
I'll be
We'll
right
be
back.
here waiting for you, Darcy.
Now we're back to Al.
Now we're back to me. Hi. Now we're back to everybody now. I like this system. What do you guys think so far? Let us know in the comments, would you? Do you like this better? I know we suck, but you know.
What do you think, Lenny? You like it?
I like the only advantage I like everything but that I can't see what everyone else is doing, like in a small square like Zoom does.
Yeah.
Like focus on the main.
It doesn't change to the person who's talking. I wish.
Yeah, like I don't have a little small panel over the side.
I have to do that. So if you want to have a conversation,
That's the only negative. Other than that, I like it better.
Yeah. So this is the guy. This is the guy here, StreamYard, that you're going to go after. Look at his face for saying those comments.
Okay. Oh! I normally tell Facebook to go fuck themselves, not StreamYard. StreamYard.
Is that better, Al?
What's it
That's
called?
better.
That's better, buddy. Yeah.
It's called StreamYard. I don't even know what we're on.
It's called StreamYard. Yeah.
I actually like this layout better.
It's
We have-
web-based, so it's just a tab.
So we have 3 Facebook lights. We have 2 viewers watching on our 420 radio page, and that's it right now. But I like it because you can actually see like the other shit, and then also and we're also on our website at 420radio.ca. If you're just into audio and you don't want to necessarily see what we're doing, you can catch us at our website, and then our repeats are on our website. There's like 1,000 hours worth of shows on there. So
I'm starting to get snow.
Are you? We have none. It was snowy. It was snowy a few days ago. Not.
I'd be more than happy to send you some.
No.
I'm gonna have to go out and shovel tonight, and then go shovel my way out again tomorrow morning.
Well, if my snowblower worked, I would definitely use it if I could.
Our problem is now we just got dumped on last weekend, and it all froze.
What is that you just sent us, Mary Jane?
Boiling points. Cannabinoids.
Oh, interesting.
It was my understanding that different temperatures, like different cannabinoids have different boiling points.
Yes.
So like what
Yes, that's
Darcy
true.
was saying, that's probably why you know, bigger companies want to do it at lower temperatures because they don't want to get rid of any of those cannabinoids or cannabinoids. Can we discuss that? Is it cannabinoid
Cannabinoids,
or
as
Oh,
our
wait.
friend Chris says, cannabinoids.
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 It just depends on who you're talking to.
Cannabinoids. It depends on who you're talking to.
I thought it was cannabinoids because it's cannabis.
Don't ask
Type
Nova
beef.
Scotians how to fucking speak.
And then another one is cannabins.
Oh.
Is it cannabis or cannabis?
Same as acetaminophen, acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen, acetaminophen.
Made of tomato.
Yeah.
I cannot say for the life of me caryophyllene or caryophyllene. I don't know which one. Whoa, that's even worse.
So THC starts burning off at 157 Celsius, which is 314.6 Fahrenheit.
Just rolls off the tongue. So there's metoprolol, atorvastatin, or suvastatin.
I like the Mirladol.
I like cannabis.
I like this cannabis. Is actually, it even
I like
tells you
vitamin
that,
D. I like things that I can say. Do you know one of the things that I taught Lily was go to the store. If you want to buy something at the store, you look at the label. And if there's something that you can't pronounce or understand what it is, think twice about taking that. So,
Are you talking about food or are you talking about drugs or supplements?
Foods and things like that.
Well, right
Not
off the
drugs,
get-go,
supplements.
here's a little tip out there. If your food has a label, you probably shouldn't eat it.
Well, no, what we were going through Superstore or something like that, and she stopped at those little, what are they, squeeze things of juice or juice flavoring. And like they're concentrated little bottle, and you squeeze it into water or something like that, and it gives you a juice.
The Mio thingies or whatever.
Yeah, one of those. So we're going through. She picks it up. She turns around. She looks at the label, and right away she turned around and she put it back on the shelf. She goes, "Yeah, I guess I don't want that," and she's never touched them since.
Well, there's all these like cool phrases. Like I just said, the one with "don't eat the label," but like what you're supposed to do for the grocery store is walk around the outside only and then right to the cash. Don't go up down the aisle.
Oh yeah,
because that's pretty much where all the processed food is, right?
Yeah,
you're right.
You need something particular in an aisle.
No, but you're like
spices,
your vegetables, your meat and produce and.
That's funny. I never thought about that.
We went to the grocery store today, and that's exactly what we did. Is we walked around the outside, and we never.
Now I've noticed Sobeys and a couple of these fuckers started putting their like cheese and stuff and milk down one of the aisles. Now they must have caught on to that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's intentional from that phrase or not, but I've noticed that.
I find a lot of people are saying that they like to shop at like Shoppers and pharmacy stores because they've got everything they need right there, and then they go home.
Yeah, but I don't know if you noticed, they're like nothing but frozen processed shit.
There was a lot of. I went shopping the other day, and
that's a conspiracy. They're making you eat shit food, then you can go get their shit drugs later.
Well, Shoppers Drug Mart actually has like produce and stuff.
Yeah.
Where?
Yes, they
Here.
do. Sure, they do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like there are certain Shoppers Drug Marts that are like health things, and
you can actually go in and do a full.
I think it was London Drugs out BC was like that.
I think they even have meat now in some of them.
Yeah,
I'd be kind of questioning how fucking good and fresh that shit
You
is.
could go get a tube of meat like it.
A tube
of meat.
A tube.
A tube.
That sounds healthy.
Meat comes in a tube, does it?
Well, you know.
Hey, Walmart hamburger does.
You can. I was going to say you can get the minced hamburger.
I don't buy anything at Walmart like that. I don't eat food at Walmart.
Lenny gets his beef fresh right off the cow.
Well, I do that. And I will get it at Sobeys or Superstore when I have to, but no, I usually try to get my beef from a farm.
Yep, fresh right off the cow, as I like to call it.
I have a butcher right down the road that People
We
come
got
from
more
everywhere
going on
to
here,
go to.
Darcy. Let me make you bigger.
I do.
Okay.
So see the
Yeah.
difference in color?
Yeah.
That
Yep.
was squished at a super low temperature
Okay.
with really high pressure.
And yes, I've noticed that the higher you go, the darker it is.
See the difference?
That's what you just did?
That's what I just did.
Wow.
How much does that weigh, Durs?
3.3 grams out of 8.
I like the sound when it made when you dropped it.
Tunk. It's hard.
Heavy.
I don't dare touch my fingers to that because it will stick to it like glue.
Yeah.
But this has way more smell than this would do.
Well, like I said, I've had some come out hard as a rock, like a shatter, and it actually just broke apart like a shatter. I've had some come out like that, and I've had some come out goopy, drippy.
It's going in that 90% of that will go on a dab rig, and the other 10% will go in my bong.
Yours or your wife's?
Have
The
you
wife will get
squished?
most of it.
Have you squished any freak show?
Not yet. Nope. I got to rehydrate it.
Oh, do you?
I opened it. Now that I opened the bag, it's going to dry out like a bastard. So I got to get. I got that, and I got to get a couple Bovia packs. Sorry, Integra Boost. I know you may have a good product, but
the ones I got didn't do shit for me.
I am sold on Bovia, man. I don't care.
Yeah, I didn't have it. I couldn't find any Bovia. I got the ones that
The white ones. Yep.
Integras.
The Integra.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And it did not work. It did not
personally,
work. It didn't do anything.
I find they don't work near as good as the Bovias.
The stuff I find, the stuff that I get is sometimes is really dry.
Yeah.
And sometimes it wasn't. I got what did I have last week? I can't remember what I had last week, but it was really, really nice. I've had it before. I've had this before too, but it's really dry. The Jedi, what is it? What did I say was it?
Jet fuel.
Jet fuel gelato. And it's really dry. That's from I can't remember, Hexo or whatever, or whoever. But the original stuff, the original stash stuff that I get is really nice usually. It's not dry at all. I just needed a change.
Change, eh? I picked up some. Well, it's fucking amazing. Actually, it's called shit. I better get the bag because that's how good it is.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
No, where did I put? Oh yeah, I put it over here.
Oh, I just saw the perfect T-shirt for me. I'm gonna need to get that. It says, "Sorry, I'm late. I didn't want to come."
That sounds like a U shirt.
And a Lenny shirt too.
Okay, so I got a song I want to play.
Okay, give me 1 second now.
All right.
It's called Mac Breath, and it's really good. Oh my god, it smells. Oh, it's crazy.
It would smell like garlic.
Oh, Marcel.
And it would smell like mushroom, dirty, stinky. Yeah, I can smell it from here.
Oh no, smell the bag, Marcel.
Oh,
Matt,
I'm right, aren't I? Garlic.
I will for you.
Some mushroom.
Oh, fuck, I love the smell of that.
And probably a bit of kush in there somewhere, because the way Darcy's
Actually,
eyes are
no, there is a little bit of kush, but I think that is not the dominant smell I get out of this bag.
dominant smells garlic.
Nope. Sour lemon.
Sour lemon?
A
Real
sour
lemon?
lemon. Like a sour lemon smell.
Real lemon.
Oh man. With a hint of kush. Yeah, that kush is there. But yeah, no, and then that's
He
stuff I
still
picked
curls up his nose.
Oh, I love it. And then this stuff here in my jar of stuff I grew. And this stuff here is called truffle cake.
Truffle cake?
Yep.
Huh.
And it's drying, and I'm jar curing it now because I want it to dry nice and be done properly, and not too dry. But if you can see,
The sign was covering up your stuff there.
Yeah.
it's super crystally.
Cool.
I don't know if I can do it this way. Maybe this way's better.
It's because it tries to focus on your face too.
Boys and their drugs.
Right, but it's really nice. It's got a green smell because it's only a week and a half old, but it's try to pick that smell. I smell sandalwood and guava fruit.
Guava fruit.
I think you're just making this shit up now.
I think so.
And vanilla. Remember, Lenny, everybody's palate is different.
Sandalwood and guava.
I smell roasted almond and wet socks and
I smell shit. Is
But you
what I
know,
smell.
once you start doing it, because I mean, especially like judging, we used to love judging.
Yes, we did.
Because you get a group of people and you do each strain. And you let everybody else tell you what they smell, what they taste, and things like that. And it's amazing how close, as somebody mentions it, somebody else right away, oh yeah, I can smell that too, right? So everybody's got different palates. Everybody can smell slightly different. So judging, so when we did judging, our judging sheets that we would send in would literally be a consensus of a group of people.
So we can,
just to do it fair.
Can we be consensus and play a song?
Do a break? Sure.
yeah, I want to go make.
Yeah, if you want to play that song, go ahead.
All right, we're going to play that song. Here it is right here.
Sounds like sandalwood and guava fruit.
You're a
Good song. I said it, tease Darcy.
What's wrong, Mary Jane?
Was Mary Jane singing?
Yeah, and that's okay. I came on and outplayed it, and I listened. I said, "That's Mary Jane." He goes, "Yeah."
Yep.
This is karaoke or where
Yep.
how's this recorded?
I thought you wanted to go make a sandwich, Mary Jane.
I do. I gotta
But
make
she
it.
sing, but she's got to sing along.
Oh, talk about embarrassing.
Great song. I love the song.
I used to sing it with my dad all the time. This is what I do before bed in my free time.
When you're strange, faces come out in the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange,
See, now they get the video.
when you're strange.
Okay, I'm really going to make a tea now.
About 10
I
seconds.
kind of like the song now.
When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange.
I think she's strange.
Yeah.
My interesting story about this is I would have been probably 12 years old. When did the Lost Boys come out?
Oh God, I don't remember.
That's the first time I ever heard that song was the Lost Boys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a cover. I don't think it was actually the Doors. I don't think it was the Doors version. Anyway, but I think it was a couple years later that I think I discovered the Doors. Like, it wasn't much longer. Anyway, it's a cool song.
I discovered the Doors really late in my life, in my 30s, maybe.
Oh no, I was listening to Doors when I was a teenager. I was a big fan.
Like, I think
Then I
that
read
movie
the
was like
book.
86, 87.
Diagnoses at near epidemic
Sorry.
proportions.
Yeah. Then I read the book, and the book had me hooked on a lot of the rest of the music. Then I kind of grew out of it because so much of it got overplayed, I think, and it was probably by me.
Oh, I listened to a lot of it, like
Yeah.
when I got to college, but a few of my friends were into it. Like, probably is what, geez, I think it was grade 9 or 10. How old are you in grade 9 or 10?
How old was I in grade 9
No,
or
no,
10?
but just in general, grade 9 or 10. Like, what's usually?
Have you been
14? Actually, I guess it's 15 to
10's
16. My
almost,
kid,
yeah,
my kid's
15,
in grade
16.
10.
Yeah, 15, 16.
Yeah, so I was that kind of 15 age group when I started catching on to the Doors and that shit. I was still waiting to warm
So was
Metallica.
I. I was probably in that age group as well.
Yeah, but it was more of I really probably got into it probably.
But getting into the same age at around 15, mine happened in 1977, 1978.
Well, I was born in 74.
Yeah. But it's strange that people start to catch on to that music at that age. I mean, I was shocked because even Lily went through the phase where she listens to a lot of music, but as a teenager, she loved listening to AC/DC, Pink Floyd, really good music. Why would she post that when she could just say it?
She was
She might be
listening.
just busy.
She went to see.
Oh,
if she
she's
could
making
do
a
it,
sandwich.
She's making a sandwich.
Yeah, she's got to get a sandwich
I
done.
got a piece, so I'm gonna put a video on, and we'll be right back. It's the 420 Radio Show, live here at 420radio.ca. Go.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
The diaper, and this is the song.
The anesthesiologist was like,
look. I guess we're back. It's 420 Radio Show. Nobody's here. I'm alone. No, Marcel's there.
You're never alone. How'd you know I was here?
Because I can see your little thingy go on mute.
Oh. No, but you were
saying
saying it before I unmuted.
Bob Saget died.
Yeah, that's really sad. You know, and all the articles that I saw, Len, not many of them mentioned that he was on the video, the home video show. I mean, he was the host.
I think he was actually theoretically. I think he was bigger for that than Full House. But
Well, that's what I mean. Well, for not for Full House, but he did that for a long time.
Yeah,
He was
Full
the
House
one that
was
started
a-
it. He was the
Full House
original-
was a big show, but he was only like one of like 8 fucking characters.
Right. But he started the America's Funniest Videos. So when he died the other day, they were talking about it. That was one of the things they brought up was that he created that show.
But James like a white hat floating in space when her head was down.
Just that's what caught my eye.
Well, that was one of the first. That was one of
Yeah,
the first shows like that.
Right. And then now you got other ones like Ridiculousness.
Let me look up here.
I blame Bob Saget for fucking YouTube. I figure that's where that shit came from.
Here's hilarious.
I always found it funny because I heard stories about Bob Saget and how like he was like family man, playing the role like you're
He-
saying,
he
the dad
was-
and whatever, and then people
What-
would
he
buy
is
tickets
complete
to go see
opposite.
his comedy.
He
I know
had a-
people would go buy tickets to go
Yeah.
see his comedy, and
He's
they get
very
pissed
foul.
off and walk out.
Yeah,
He
he's very
is
foul,
true, man. He
and
is raw.
you know, he's not been shy from controversy. I believe he had some alcohol and drug problems.
Oh,
you know.
he was known for. That's unfortunately probably why he passed. But like just
They said that,
just-
you know what, they have said flat out that they do not know the cause, but there was no drugs found
No, I just
on site.
you,
So
you see a lot of people die prematurely that probably
yeah,
did
like
damage to their.
Robin Williams, you know.
Yeah, well, he was suicide. No, but
yes,
the hockey player Bob Probert, he had a heart attack very young in life, but he had a long known history with alcohol and cocaine. Just
David
did the damage.
Carradine was hung himself, or somebody hung him.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I just mean probably, unfortunately, Bob Saget was a product probably of the 80s and probably did his cocaine and
We'll
things.
find it. And since we didn't bring it up last week, I don't think, but we've lost Betty, of course.
I think we mentioned it.
Oh. I didn't. I wanted to bring it up again because I love Betty. Betty was Betty.
To me, I don't know. Everyone has a
Almost to
fascination.
100.
Really did. Sad she died.
How was that?
That was me fixing my mic. Sorry.
Oh. So, Marcel, you were saying you were looking at some articles.
Yes, I was. It's an article about Delta 8.
Oh, I remember that one.
That some consumers think that Delta 8 THC is Delta 9's nicer, younger sibling.
And what's the deal with THCP?
Oh, that's a new one that they've identified. But they all keep forgetting that so far they've
Picture
not
mic.
found.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
They have not isolated any compound that does the work that all the compounds do together. Right? So while they keep isolating it, they're still really wasting their time because it's still, unless they can find that magic ingredient, it all works better as a synergy.
But each one does have some uses, just not
Right.
what people are expecting. Like they're saying now that CBD is responsible for helping combat COVID. Len, please.
Well, didn't they say
Well, there's
it helps
actually-
provide some?
There's two articles.
There's 3 or 4 out there.
Two
They're all
articles in
different.
the same week, but there's
Yeah.
two contradicting articles in the same week.
Mary Jane's a floating hat today.
Yeah.
Look at your video,
And
Mary
so-
Jane.
Oregon state research shows hemp compounds prevent coronavirus from entering human cells. This
Yeah, but
was
don't
done-
forget, right off the get go, this is all probably petri dish shit to start, guys.
That's right. That's what I was just saying. This was all done in a laboratory and it's all done in a dish. So the contradicting article says exactly that this was all done in a dish. But in the same argument, all of the studies that ever get done start in a fucking dish. It's just the thing
there is something to it.
Right. They're coming out and saying this in this article, the way it was written, is probably premature to announce such a thing.
It's clickbait.
Because it
both the negative
requires a
and the
little
positive.
more. Right. So, I mean, it's more for reaction and getting it out there. But it was very quick turnaround that, this was all done in a lab. Right. So this has bearing? Possibly, yeah. But don't forget, when all this started, I said use cannabis. I stand by it. Because I also believe wholeheartedly in natural immunity.
Darce, mute, please.
The immunity that the media doesn't talk about. Kind of
Oh,
like
you
the
zero
tennis
credit to
player.
it at all. No, they
Pardon
talk
me?
about it. They talk
Oh.
about it. They just say that vaccines work better the natural immunity. That's what they say.
Yeah, that's actually false. There's actually a study that
That's
in,
right.
in this little journal called The Lancet.
Yeah.
That's shown that's not even accurate.
That's exactly it. You can't beat natural immunity ever, right? This is why they used to have chickenpox parties.
Is there any
right?
truth to this natural horde society whole thing where eventually it's just going to wipe itself out?
What's that?
What do they call it? The
Herd immunity.
herd
This is what we're
immunity.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to it though?
Yes,
No,
there is.
there is herd immunity.
Right?
Yeah, but
herd immunity is basically the virus goes through, everybody gets infected, everybody recovers, and poof, nobody's getting the virus ever again.
Well, it's not that. It's called Darwinism, right? There's always
Yeah.
going to be that person that is
Susceptible.
Yeah, and that's who go on to you procreate and pass on that immunity, right? It's going to be some people are probably immune to fucking AIDS. Some people are probably it's nothing you can just discover, but there's people that will survive where others don't.
Right.
But
And
doesn't the
that's-
strain mutate? Like that's why
Yeah,
we're
but-
seeing
that's
it's
what
getting
viruses
weaker.
do.
Mutations always end up getting weaker, not
Yeah.
stronger.
And they're
Right?
saying that
they weaken themselves down to
Omicron is
nothing.
actually quite mild.
Right.
Yeah, it
It's
has
very
to get
mild.
weaker because
But-
in order to live, it has to become more contagious, right? More
It's
contagious,
now
but less
it's now
deadly.
claimed that it's more transmissible but much milder.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you know what?
So
I'll tell you
this
guys.
is this is
my
what keeps
aunt,
the lockdowns going. Is that? But what happens when they try and come out with another variant that's going to be milder than this one? Is everybody still going to have to get vaccine? But to get back to the original thing of herd immunity, is natural immunity is always better. My question is why are these people that have been vaccinated once and twice been getting COVID once or twice or 3 times? Because if you get the disease, even if you're properly vaccinated, then you should never get the disease or the virus again. But a lot of them are getting it second and third times.
Even claiming people are actually getting COVID 2 and 3 times is actually somewhat controversial.
Right. But
they may be testing positive and maybe just remnants in the body, but they might just have another cold.
Right.
What did Connor McDavid?
There's a controversy over that actually.
But what about long COVID? Like we're hitting the long
COVID's real.
Well,
some people.
I still haven't been able to taste really anything since my mother passed away, and it was like 2019. My mom passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was 2019, I think.
Yeah, and I got sick in it was March of 2020, and it was about then that I stopped. I lost my sense of taste, and I haven't been able to taste really since. But other than that, I've been fine.
I've had the sniffles a lot for about a week and a half. I've had the sniffles and a cough and a sneeze and all that stuff. So I'm just staying away from people, you know.
No, my doctor said it was
But I
probably
feel
a
fine.
trauma response.
Yeah. It's hard to tell what it is now.
Well,
I've had a
I know-
metallic taste in my mouth ever since I got my second vaccine, though.
And
that's yucky.
The first show back after the holidays, Jimmy Fallon said that he was tested and he found that he was positive and he couldn't go home because his kids and wife were at home. Then he found out that they had it, so he was able to go home. He was quite happy about that. But they spent the holidays alone and together, and he showed up for work on the Monday.
Oh, poor Jimmy Fallon.
You know, so.
I know there are people all over the world right now. I know a couple that went on their honeymoon, and I mean, hey, they chose to go to Indonesia for your honeymoon. I don't know why you would. Anyways, one tested positive the first day they arrived, ended up in a facility. The other one ended up in a quarantine. But like, it's just like there's people all over that are undergoing these, and they were healthy. They're healthy people that just happen to test positive for this virus.
And there's now an issue with people who have been traveling, who now have the virus in other countries other than Canada, and they're having to pay for their medical bills and stuff like that, and they're finding themselves stranded. There's nothing they can do about it.
Oh, you gotta be, if you're traveling, you gotta fucking watch yourself.
Yeah, it'd be scary to be traveling right now.
Not just about getting sick in your health. I'm just saying the financial and fucking chaos it can create.
A lot of people are going down to Florida and Mexico and stuff like that, where it's warm, and then getting sick, and then they're stranded. Literally, they can't come home.
Exactly, that's what I mean. The only people that can do something like that is like a retired person or someone.
What do you got? A snowbird? Yeah.
Yeah, like my in-laws are down in the States.
Well, and they're what was that? There was,
but if they have to isolate or be stuck there, it doesn't affect their whatever, right? And they have insurance.
Since that big party plane incident, now they're finding that there's a whole mess of people in Mexico who can't even fly back to the country. They're not allowing it, right? It's unfucking real. Stay home, people.
Well, it's not really their fault. Like, again, the planes can't just fucking strand people. Like that's in the government. It's like,
but they are.
Oh, I know, they're cocksuckers, and they shouldn't be doing that. That's what I'm saying. That's like Trudeau's an asshole. If you're Canadian, how can you not let a fucking Canadian back in their own fucking country? Fuck off.
Punishing you for having a good time.
No, I don't give a fuck anyway. You're a Canadian. You have every legal right to come home to your fucking house, to your fucking country, to your fucking province. They have no right to stop you. If they want you to isolate for 14 days, fine. That's the way it is. But to say you can't get on a plane or get there, that's horse shit.
Say it with me.
Fuck you. But no, but that's politics. Like that's just political horse shit.
It's stupidness.
To tell a Canadian they cannot come home, again, it's just insanity. But they scared everyone, right? That's the way it is now. So that's why I don't travel anymore, because that's the shit you're gonna run into.
Darcy's rolling a joint.
Dale said, didn't Connor McDavid have COVID twice? I think
yes,
he did.
They say he did, but there is, as I say, is it really COVID twice, or it could be another just regular coronavirus that caused a cold? It's not necessarily COVID. It's just crazy.
Well, apparently the health minister, Dr. Tam, said today that they're not differentiating between which strain it is anymore. They're literally just testing for SARS-CoV-2 or whatever.
No, that's also creating some of the havoc too. Like that Delta one didn't just disappear, folks.
Oh no, that's what the government said. She said if you're sick with COVID now, that guaranteed it's all the Omicron.
Oh, she says that, today. But I have a feeling some of the people in the hospitals are
Agreed. I don't trust half the shit she says.
Oh, she's a moron. I'll tell you that right now.
Why was everybody on the thing saying that she go eat a bat? Did she eat a bat?
But now the health, I think it was an Ontario health one that said that the masks or the tests were only 50% accurate.
Well, I'm just going to state the obvious. There's a lot of Omicron. There's a lot of positive cases. I'm pretty sure the whole world's almost vaccinated in Canada. Not all.
87%.
There's passports and masks. But yet you're still getting all these cases per day. So something ain't working.
Right. So from day one, we knew the masks didn't work.
Well, they still like to keep touting it, but I keep getting...
They're still forcing masks.
What about 3-ply? 3-ply ones? Because they're sending them to all the schools.
Yeah, sure.
You know what probably works even better? 4-ply.
Yeah.
Let's just get duct tape and tape our mouths shut.
Do you know what would be better is individual hazmat suits with respirators. And
oh, you're crazy talking here, Marshall. I think 5-ply. Just do 5-ply.
No, I'm getting tired of the mask.
What happened to the N95?
The teachers are getting the N95s.
Yeah, but not the students.
Not the students. They're getting 3-ply cloth masks.
You can get sick, students. You can't afford the teachers to get sick because they got no one to back them up. So.
Well, it's because the government truly knows that children are not getting sick from this, not the way other people are.
So if you wanted to save yourself, instead of using 3-ply, you could use a single ply and then put a maxi pad in it.
I don't understand how the government insists that you wear masks, but then allow people to wear those stupid plastic face shields that don't do anything.
Most of the stores
What
that
do
I
they
go
do?
into in this area, like the corner stores, they're not even wearing masks. They're either behind a shield or they've got one of those face things on.
Yeah, because they're
not,
done.
They're not
they
even wearing masks.
They don't want to play pandemic anymore either.
Because the face masks stop any droplets from heading in your direction because they go onto the face mask. It's hilarious when they fucking sneeze.
Yeah, I've sneezed in a mask. It's fucking horrible.
Right. That it feels bad, but when you sneeze in one of the shields, everybody sees it. Right. So you get an idea how many droplets would have been heading at you.
So,
but
yeah,
if the masks don't work, the shields don't work. If the virus or if the vaccine doesn't work and you have to make another one and it doesn't work, and then you have to make boosters and it doesn't work and it doesn't work, when do you finally stop and realize that they're just beating the dead horse?
I don't think they're going to stop, Marcel. I think they're going to keep going until it gets...
Oh no, they ain't stopping. They're all fucking in.
They're all in.
So who's paying for this?
You.
Taxpayers.
With what? How much is every country going to be indebted to the pharmaceutical industry for these shots and masks and test kits?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like,
who owns the world after this is done?
Me.
No,
but no, like like
Russia.
There is so much money being made with COVID, not just the vaccines, just everything.
Oh, I know.
Just think of the mask. Just think of the mask companies.
Oh,
that's what people aren't realizing is follow the money. Who's making all this money, and who's going to end up owning the world when this is done? When these pharmaceutical companies call all of these countries
Prince Andrew.
Oh, no longer Prince.
It doesn't matter. He's been officially cut off from
He's
the
been
family.
shut out.
So I mean, when your family cuts you out and strips you of everything, you know the verdict's going to end up being a fucking guilty.
I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall in that room.
Andrew,
the queen looking at him, being like, "You dumbass! How dare you get caught?"
Yeah.
And she said, "How could you say that you didn't know her?" Well, because I don't know her. Don't lie to me. I have the picture.
I had the picture, yeah.
Oh,
it's on every tabloid in Britain.
Yeah, but that just goes to show how many other women or girls there were. You probably didn't remember that girl because there were more.
Okay, so Epstein supposedly died, but he was charged and committed suicide, supposedly. Whether you believe that or not, that's up to you. I'm not going to argue it.
They already know that some of the guards were paid off, dude.
We know he died.
Regardless.
He was hanging.
And we know he's
okay,
died.
no. You don't know he's dead. That's the issue.
Okay.
But Maxwell gets charged and found guilty. I think she's scheduled for suicide sometime next week or something like that. Everybody else who's visited that island and has been listed on a lot of those files, how can they haven't been charged yet?
I asked that question.
Right?
It's money and power. Everybody said it's because it's money and power. That's why nothing happened.
Hey, they all didn't
They're
go.
also looking for a way to go after the monarch. So
They all didn't go down there to diddle little kids, did they?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Did they? I wasn't invited.
Just saying.
And I mean, there's a lot of famous people and powerful people that have been to that island.
A lot of scientists.
Not everybody.
A lot of scientists, though. That was the big thing on fucking the radio show the other morning. My radio show I listened to, Marcel.
Yeah.
Is they Willie B and them guys were going on about the scientists. A lot of scientists visit that island. Why would a lot of scientists visit that island? Why would you want to have blackmail on them scientists?
Yeah.
Why, Marcel? Why?
Yeah.
Why? I'll tell you why.
Fuck her right in the pussy.
That's why.
Yeah, he did, apparently.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I like that one now.
My finger
that
slipped.
So let's do a little grow segment now.
Alrighty, let me find my music thingy here. Where are we here?
Hey, if Dale would
forget
do
to switch
music,
over.
Don't
forget to
we'd
switch
have something
over
cool for an intro.
Don't forget what, Mary Jane?
to switch over to Darcy. Lenny's looking pretty tired.
He's looking pretty tired. I like that view right there.
Lenny's trying to look at news
All right,
stories.
here we go.
This is how it grew to be.
I love that. I love the end of it. Anyways, we're going to talk a little bit today about drying and curing, actually, because it's something that I'm doing right now. And depending on how your room's set up, it can be an easy job, and you can turn out with amazing product. Or if your room's not set up properly, it could be a disaster, and you're gonna have a whole bunch of cornflakes.
Cornflakes.
So yeah, which is not cool. So what I like to do is, if you have it set up right, is to have your room, depending on the size of it, make sure you have adequate airflow. Lots of fans in there. That's what I like. I like lots of fans. I find you can never have too much airflow, but you can have too much heat, and heat is really not your friend. I like setting my grow rooms or my dry room a little cooler. Between 7 and 10 days takes to dry it. Temperatures can vary, but I like to kind of keep it in that sweet spot between 16 and 18. That's where I find I can capture the most terpene in my product. Other than that, make sure that you have a DQ in there, but make sure it's set properly, because you don't want to set it too low, because you don't want to dry it out too fast, because then you'll lose a lot of your terpene. I mean, it's going to start, as soon as you cut the plant, it's starting to already dissolve. So, and break down. So there's only so much you can do for that. But back to your temperatures and stuff, or not your temperatures, your humidity. Set that. I like to set mine right around 60, between 60 and 62, and walk out kind of deal, and let nature take its course in there. Keep an eye on your buds though. Make sure they're not molding in the center, especially them big rock hard buds that are, when they dry up, they're size of pill bottle, like big pill bottles. Those ones will, if you don't keep an eye on them and they're really hard like that, they will mold in the centers on you if things aren't right. So
why is that?
It's just humidity. Too much humidity in there, no airflow. And bacteria is everywhere. Bacteria is everywhere in the air, right? So, and mold spores and mildew spores and everything floats around in the air, Al. So you got to take precautions towards it to minimize your risk of getting it, right?
Well, like
So.
I said, the only thing that I had issues with, the only one I had issues with was the
Your ice cream cake, you said.
Ice cream cake. Yeah.
Yeah. I grew my Kraken outside this year, and surprisingly enough, I never had not a bit of powder on it whatsoever. I had one plant here in the air that had a little tiny bit on it here about the last 2 weeks before I got ready to cut it. But other than that, sometimes strain dependent always works, right? So that's what I say when you do your research because you'll see some of them will list that what their resistancy are to powder, what their resistancy are to bugs.
I think
stuff like that.
if I had pulled up the ice cream cake first, if I had brought that in first, I don't think that I would have had an issue as bad as that. Token Pirate Supernatural asked what temperature?
Oh, for drying?
Yeah.
Oh, I like to keep my room between 16 and 18 if possible. That way there it doesn't dry out. In Fahrenheit, that's 60 to 65, I think.
Remember, we have to give both because we have,
60 to 65.
What humidity do you keep it at, Darce?
I like to keep mine at 62.
I like to keep mine at 50.
Yeah. I mean, then that's all in your preference, right? I mean, some people like, and it's your personal.
I'm using mine for extract, though, not for smoking. If I was going for smoking, then I'd go for a solid 62.
Yeah, 62%. And it should, and by rights, I mean, Marcel's a rack hanging guy, so he trims all his bud off the stalk and puts it on a rack and dries it out. Which there's not a goddamn thing wrong with that. It's all in your own preference, right? I mean, other people hang it and trim it afterwards. Some people wet trim it right there on the plant. I've done both.
Don't be so politically correct, Darcy. You say Marcel's wrong.
Yeah, no, it's not because I've done both. I mean, it's all on what you're going for. I mean,
it's personal preference.
Yeah, I mean,
and what are you using the end product for?
Yeah, if you're using it for smokable flower, well, then you want to kind of capture most terpene as possible, especially if it's a sellable product, right?
Unless it's Kush.
Unless it's Kush, yeah.
To get rid of as much terpene as possible.
But yeah, so I mean that's all in your preference. Like right now, I dried some product out, and it dried out a little too quick because the humidity in my room dropped down to 35 on me, and I really had no control over that because it's in a house, right? So, and I don't have a sealed room that I'm doing all this in, so it dropped down. So it got a little drier than I wanted it to. So I popped it into some big totes and threw a couple humidity packs in with it, and hopefully over the next couple days it picks up enough moisture that I can trim it all off the stalk and then get it in bags or airtight and keep the humidity packs with it, because you got to remember the humidity packs are especially if you get a Bovia, it's a two-way pack. So if I find if it's too moist, it'll pull it out, and if it's too dry, it'll put it in. Right? It kind of balances everything at that 62%.
Yeah.
I find myself with personal preference as Bovia over Integra, but that's just me. So.
Yeah, I like I said, I've tried both.
You're trying to get them to send you free stuff, right?
Yeah.
No, I went out. I just bought 2 boxes, so I don't mind giving them money, especially if the product works. That's one thing, though, Marcel. I don't mind paying for a product, even if it is a little more expensive, as long as it works.
Yeah, I don't mind putting money out for a product, but I hate it when you buy something and it doesn't work. It's like going out to a restaurant and you order what's on the menu and you're like, oh, that's gonna be so good, and it fucking sucks.
Yeah, the picture definitely doesn't look like what's on the plate.
Yeah, don't trust the pictures.
That's why I test all of my edibles before I send them out.
Yes, you have to have one of each.
There's also
I just take a bite out of each one.
There's also a product out on the market right now called Cure Tubes. They work wonderful for curing your product too, because they have a little digital screen on the front that tells you the humidity inside of your well. They have a 5-gallon bucket top. I got a couple of them ordered up here. I'm just waiting for them to come. I'm kind of excited to try them, to be honest with you. Just to see how they actually do work.
So do they burp?
They got a little thing on the front so you can burp them.
So you got to manually burp it just to
You
control
gotta-
the humidity yourself.
Yeah, it's got a little door, a little half door, Marcel. It's kind of cool. Kind of looks like a D.
Yeah.
Shaped as D. You just open it up, and it'll burp it for a second, and then you put it back down, and hopefully everything goes back to where it should be. But yeah, so that's my little blurb on dry now.
Thank you.
Dry your weed.
Dry your weed. Dry your weed. Dry your weed.
We should have that argument. Not argument. That thing that you called me about one night.
What's that, Marcel?
Flushing.
Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? I've been reading a lot more about that. And okay, just gonna throw it out there to people. There. You can ask, especially if you're right into growing, and you got grower friends that you always have good debates with and arguments. And then you fight and then you make up. Ask them flushing or not flushing, because technically cannabis is the only plant that we flush. And yes, I understand if you're smoking it, but if you're just using that to ingest, it's no different than tomatoes, lettuce, cucumbers, because they do not flush them. So that was the thing that I called Marcel about one night. I said, Marcel, answer me this question. And we kind of got into a little debate about it.
Not a debate. It's most. I don't flush outdoors. I mean, because it's growing outdoors.
We get a lot of rain
to flush, because rain can flush for you. Stop feeding and still water, but not sit there and waste hundreds of gallons of water to flush these plants.
Also got to remember too, we're growing
indoor,
in pots too, Marcel.
Right, but indoor is very different. Indoor, you're feeding the plant to get it to produce as fast as possible.
And copious amounts of nutrients too.
Right,
Very
and to do
large
that,
amounts of
you're
nutrients.
using large amounts of nutrients that if you stop feeding, which is ideal, and didn't flush, just continue to water, you would still have a ton of nutrients in your runoff. Right, so for indoor flushing, sure. Outdoor, why bother?
And you got to think
Because
too.
you never have that much nutrients in your plants in that close into your soil. Right? You think of guys that are growing 1 pound plants, right, in a 5-gallon bucket that's just full of nothing but cocoa and nutrients.
Well, cocoa is pretty much that inert substance, so it sucks up anything that's put in it.
Yeah, it is until it's got covered in tons of nutrients for the last 3 months. Right.
Which is sucked up like crazy, right?
Yeah.
So
it's not an argument, it's just common sense. If you're growing indoor, flush that shit to get it as clean as you can. But to compare it to tomatoes and other things like that, it's not a fair
I don't
comparison.
think it's accurate.
Because for the indoor growing of vegetables and fruits, you don't know what they do. They may have to flush because they're still going to be using smaller footprint for soil. So they'll still have to at least get some of them nutrients out. Just like that, it's not a fair comparison.
I don't think it's accurate.
Right, but for outdoor, why bother flushing? Just give them water. Unless you're growing in small pots outdoors and you want to flush those because you're growing them in cocoa, go ahead. But
also got to remember too, Marcel, if growing outdoors, if you're growing in the woods, you're in the ground nine times out of 10, so you got other plants around you that's sucking up a lot of that nutrients too.
Right, but you're also getting a lot of other nutrients naturally from that ground.
Oh, definitely. Almost definitely. Especially if, well, how do you think the trees get?
You didn't plant it there without knowing it was going to grow.
No.
Right. So you didn't plant it in a rock pile, you planted it in a pretty fertile place, which means there's
Yeah.
a lot of nutrients in that spot.
Why do you
And
think
then you're going to feed more nutrients to it.
This is why the West Coast. This is why the West Coast and the Great Bear Rainforest. This is why the trees are so big. It's because of all the salmon and stuff they drag up on the banks, right?
Mm-hmm.
All that fish makes big trees.
Right.
And they've been doing it for thousands of years, so that's how the trees get so big.
But the plant needs soil or a substrate, food, and water.
Mm-hmm.
So if the substrate has the food already in it, it
then
just
you
needs
need
the water.
And you
And
need the water.
but you can still supplement with nutrients, the same as you do in a garden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outdoor garden. You're still going to feed those plants nutrients. Well, you can do that with your cannabis plant, but you don't have to use as much as you would indoor, unless you want to go nuts and build massive plants, which is perfectly fine as long as you can take care of those plants.
It's a lot of leaf if you don't stay on top of it.
Yeah, a
lot of leaf.
A big plant can be a lot of nightmare, especially when your plants are 6 or 7 feet high in a 2-foot tall bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You're trying to look for rot at the end of the year.
Hey Dale,
Yeah, they're using a step ladder.
Hey Dale,
Yeah.
how things go with the step ladder?
Not too bad.
Yeah,
not too bad.
It's okay,
Did you
Dale.
fall down, go boom again?
No, I was just saying how big plants can get in containers. You need ladders to get to the top of them.
Oh. Yeah. It's a
That
pain
year
in the ass.
That year I grew German poison. I was standing on the top of a 6-foot ladder, like on the very top of the 6-foot ladder. And I still had to reach up to get the top bud to bend it down to see if it was finished.
Well,
and I
when I
figured
went,
that was the last time, so I just cut the whole plant down.
when I went to visit it, when I went to visit Dale that day, they were little tiny plants, and I said, "Oh man, though, in them pots, those are gonna get massive, man." Well, they got massive.
They make a nice hedge, though.
That ones would have.
Well, when you walk into
Sure
Dale's
do.
yard there, that's a nice hedge right along that wall. I love it. You sit there it's no wonder he just sits there all day long and all night.
Friggin' right.
Beautiful. Yeah.
With the half fence. See, so he
Yeah.
can't. So
Dale,
he can't.
we got to talk about Dale's fence. Dale's got the best fence ever. This is the most insulting fence anybody could ever put up. All right.
But it did its
Because
purpose, though.
the neighbor would know that fence was purposely directed at
Just
them.
for them.
Oh, well, duh.
He has a neighbor behind him on a hill, and it's kind of at an angle. All right. So say at about 45-degree angle from his property or from his backyard. And his neighbor could see into his backyard. So he built a fence. But he built the fence to go straight across, not to follow the curvature of the land. Because the guy would have been able to see over the fence. So it's a good 2.5 feet off the ground on one end of this fence.
I saw pictures. Yeah.
just so this neighbor cannot see into his backyard.
My dad had a similar incident happen. He had a new neighbor, and they moved in and put a floodlight in their backyard.
Oh,
and
God.
It shined right into my dad's bedroom window. So him and his wife went out and got floodlights for their backyard. And then their neighbor went out and got more floodlights. And then my dad went and got more floodlights. And this went on for about 10 years.
Why wouldn't you just go over and say, "Hey, could you turn that light out?"
Well, he did. It got to the
Or
point
name
where
it?
it got to the point where it had to go to the courts because it got to that point.
I would have just got a pellet gun and shot it.
Well, it could have gotten to that point. I don't know. I don't know. I know my dad. I know what how feisty he could be. So it was a long time ago. We're probably talking the 80s or 90s. So
Hey, we never asked. What's everybody smoking tonight?
I'm smoking.
I'm eating your gummy.
I'm smoking roaches.
Oh, are you?
Well, it's not roaches. I'm smoking pucks actually.
Oh,
present pucks, Al.
Yeah, I ran out this day. I didn't feel it's too fucking cold. I didn't feel like going out. I'll go tomorrow shopping and shit.
I ate a chocolate bomb.
Chocolate bomb.
And then I smoked a bunch of hash.
What hash for Al?
This one now, this time is some chunky blonde stuff.
Oh, that's the chunky blonde stuff.
Yeah.
How do you find that?
I'm smoking it. I haven't choked to death.
Obviously,
I mean, smoking your Iranian diesel.
Yeah, that was pretty good, by the way.
Oh, was it? Did you like that?
Why didn't you just say that, Dale? Your mic is unmuted. Oh, it was. Never mind.
I don't know. I got some. I got to try one joint of it, and then my mother stopped by, and she's like, "Oh, Iranian diesel, thank you." And then she took my bag and went home.
Well, like I said, I was smoking. I smoked.
So is that a hint?
The jet fuel gelato.
No, I got lots of stuff. I got to try it. I got to try it. It was really nice. No, I'm just smoking that. God's breath. See, or no, Mac breath. See, I fucked up already. That
you mean McBreath?
What's that?
Shakespearean.
McBreath. McBreath. Was that your? Did you choose that name, Len?
That's what I would have called it, McBreath.
McBreath. That's bad. I like that.
Don't give it away. You could still use that name, you know.
Suppose.
Macbeth.
That's actually awesome. I like that.
Do you have actually? Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I'm smoking pink Lamborghini.
Pink Lamborghini.
Which is really nice too.
All right, what's pink Lamborghini made from? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'll tell you again, Marcel. It's been no, I dealt with so many of them in the last couple of days that it's hard to remember. And now with the strains, unless you deal with the 4 or 5 strains that you grow yourself, you'll never remember what's in them all.
Oh, I know, it's getting crazy. There's way too many strains coming out because everybody and their dog is crossing something with something else and naming it.
Yeah, everybody's crossing polyhybrids instead of stabilizing strains.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's going to be massive seeds for years. No stabilized genetics out there anymore, or you'll be paying a fortune for them.
Lamb's breath and Holy Grail Kush, Marcel.
That doesn't sound like any pink.
Nope, there's no pink in that whatsoever, but it's called pink Lamborghini.
That's funny. I'm smoking pink Kush that I had ordered through Mohawk Edibles. Delivered like right to my door. Awesome.
What did that cost you?
So this week, so I don't know if you guys have heard, but Leafy Things, here's a little plug, not a paid advertisement. Leafy Things is celebrating their 2-year anniversary, and they're giving away a lot of money. And they've partnered up with different dispensaries and companies, and this week it was Mohawk Medical. So I actually got, the store itself has good pricing. I think it was a $50 ounce. And then I got a discount code, so I got a 10% discount on my order. Plus, because I ordered over $100, I got extra entries into the contest. And this week they're giving away another $5,000. And they gave away $5,000 last week, and they're giving away $5,000 next week. So, if you go to my Facebook page, Mary Jane Baker, you can actually find the link to enter. But you should enter. It's like I love Leafy Things.
That shit remember Foxtail, Marcel.
Sure did.
Holy fuck, especially that one.
Why, Darcy? Why did the foxtail?
Could be many different reasons, but my first thing would be the heat in the room.
Yeah.
Or they could let the strand go a little longer.
Or how close the light was to
the lights. Yeah.
Dead air.
Well, the Nirvana baby lawsuit got dismissed.
I seen or heard about that
saw
myself.
that.
Or Lenny.
I saw that, man. Hang on, Marcel's choking.
It's not COVID. It's not COVID.
Yeah, none of us are in the booth with you either, but thanks.
Because I can really taste this hash. It's not COVID. Yeah, okay. Some of this hash is a little choky there, Darcy.
Hey, that was the cat hair.
I was going to question you about it here, and it better have come from your fucking chin.
No, it's like the cat hair.
Thanks.
I'm trying to be super, super, super clean with it, but it's almost impossible when you own 3 cats.
And a dog.
And a bird and a snake. And a partridge and a pear tree.
And
Carla.
No, actually, I want a duck this summer. So I'm going to get a duck this summer. My landlord said no more pets. But I figure if I get a duck, throw him in the backyard and just say he's a wild one, man. He'd land it there.
Don't.
That's the ducks are flying away, though.
That's not a very good.
Well, if he flies away, so be it. But I want to get a duck.
Sounds like a high risk pet.
Why? Why do you want
they eat a lot of bugs, man. And I don't have to pick bugs in my garden, and don't have to pick bugs off my flowers. Because I hate lily beetle, and they love lily beetles. So I fucking hate the things.
No, I've been to your yard. Still not worth it.
Still not worth it. No. We got. So Lenny, what do you think about the whole? They're going ahead with the deer hunt here in Truro, eh?
Yes.
Didn't they do that before?
No, this one's different this time. Each person's allowed to shoot up to 20 deer, I think, in each location. And there's 4 different locations, so he can rotate between the 4 different locations.
Are you kidding me?
I thought it was just 20 in total.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's 20 total.
Is it just 20 in total? Because I know he's allowed to shoot.
That's like 80 deer.
Well, you got to think now.
Wait, now hold it. You said 20 females?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
So that's like 160 or 240 deer.
And this is supposed to start next week, isn't it?
Yeah, right up until the end of February.
A lot of those bucks wouldn't be really pronging up yet.
They're not. Meadow.
So there's going to be a lot of bucks going down.
And not just that, they're shooting the does now right when they'd be what, 2 months pregnant?
Yep.
So when you cut that deer open, you're going to get a nice little surprise in there when you're gutting there.
Which is totally fine. I mean, they've got to do something that's got to cut down the population. But how many hunters?
20.
Was it 20, Dale?
I think so.
Are they already selected?
Yes. They're going through rigorous testing with Lands of Forest right now.
Because you got a lot of houses along the perimeter.
They're not allowed to shoot in residential areas.
Well, obviously.
You got to get rid of.
So,
but it's those ones in the residential area that you got to get rid of. So they've got to do something to drive those deer into the park, so that those guys can go in and kill them.
Heavy snow.
Heavy snow might work.
Heavy snow will work, Marcel. Because you ever been up through that park, man, in like 3 feet of snow? I took my scooter up the hill one day. I'll never do it again. Worst day of my life. I got stuck like 8 times, but I got to the top of the hill, and when you look in through that big hemlock, there's like fucking 5 inches of snow in there.
Yeah.
And you got like 2 feet out on the road. It's crazy. But it's the big trees, right? They hold off a lot of snow.
Yeah.
Them deer go in there, they can lay down. It's not windy. So, of course, and it's a 1,000-acre park. So don't get me wrong. And Dale knows himself because he has land that butts onto it. It's a beautiful spot up in there. So why wouldn't a deer want to live there?
Dale, can they hunt on your land for this hunt?
No, not unless we give them permission.
Giving them permission.
No, not unless we give them permission.
I've been finding a lot of scat in behind the trailer.
I would give them permission.
It wouldn't bother me because there's enough deer to go around, right?
Oh yeah.
But they wouldn't need to. But they wouldn't need to hunt his dad's piece of property or your guys' piece of property, Dale, because all they need to do is go down where we seen that deer that day, by the pine, and set up a little tree stand there. You're with a crossbow, so 200 yards max for your arrow if you're lucky.
What?
Yeah, 200 yards if you're lucky.
Oh, for hitting a target.
Yeah, like I mean, your arrow, if you shot it missed, you got something behind it, and it's clear sail, and you might go 200 yards. Nothing's in the ground, right? So up there, that'd be the perfect spot because the trails that come across out of the big woods into that area where they feed a lot. It's a no-brainer right there. That's why we always seen deer there every day we were up there around them trees. That apple tree that day.
Oh man, there was all kinds in through there.
Yeah, like there's a lot of deer up in there, man. But it's not just deer up in there, man. There's lots of other wildlife up in there too because it's big woods
there and everything.
It's the only patch of big woods really left around because Camden's cut, Greenfield's cut.
Hey, Darcy.
Belmont and up that way is all cut. So,
Darcy.
What?
Just so you know, I knew 200 was too short. A modern crossbow, can shoot as far as 500 yards.
Really?
Yep.
They didn't teach me that in my course.
That's why they have the same rules as a rifle. Anything that travels over 495 feet per minute
or second
or per second has the same rule as a rifle when it comes to hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Crossbows do well over that speed. So they follow the same category.
Well, I know them pellet guns that shoot over 495 feet per second work pretty good.
Oh, they do. They work awesome.
Yeah, especially on rats.
Think of it as a smaller caliber 22 rifle.
Yeah, well, I was surprised to go slap through a 1-inch piece of plywood.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I was like, oh, wow, now I got a hole.
All right, any more cannabis related news other than cannabis will protect you from COVID? No, it won't. But yes, it will.
I'm sure there will.
I don't think it hurts you.
We'll find out if there's more news next week.
I'll stick with it. Have a drink alcohol, wash the germs out of your mouth, ingest your cannabis with your vitamin D, and live happy, healthy, and high.
Maybe we should. What were those THC snorting things they were doing?
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's to treat COVID.
No. Yeah.
Crystalline.
Actually talking to me about nasal inhalers, THC nasal inhalers. But again, it would be discipline. Do I really want to drive THC up into my nostrils? Probably not.
I heard about a new.
Never again.
I heard about a new product. It's like chew, like tobacco. Chewing tobacco, but it's chewing cannabis.
Well,
it's called hippie dip.
It's called what?
Yeah.
Hippie dip. It's not here in Canada. It's only in the
No, it's
States.
it's down in California and Oregon. Remember I showed you that before, Lenny?
It's like, would people actually chew this? Like, I don't understand.
No, I made one for Darcy. I made a couple for Darcy.
Yeah.
And it was a little packet, fold it up, put it in your cheek, and let it sit there. Fucking worked.
What
we
does
were
it
just
taste like, though?
we were just testing the delivery system. He liked it.
Like, what could
Well,
you
it was
flavor
natural. It was natural flavoring, so I kind of liked the natural taste of cannabis. So.
Ew.
Yeah. But it was
I
pretty
like
toasty.
it too. My mom loved the smell of it.
I'd be curious. I want to try.
It could be flavored with something like a mint or something like that. It'd have to be something kind of strong to overpower the flavors.
It's just a pouch that you put, like a cloth pouch that you put under your cheek, kind of thing.
Yep. Just put it in your cheek and let it sit there and dissolve.
But why wouldn't you just put it in a mint or something?
Exactly.
Like, I don't get it.
Why not put it in a gummy? Look at him.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Letting he's sitting there gummied out.
Yeah.
I ate my 2 gummies in my capsule today, MJ. So yeah, you can put it in a capsule. So.
Well, I made hot chocolate bombs, but I made them
Never
with
tried mine
like
yet.
everybody else. So if you've got one of the first ones, Darcy, you got to do it with hot milk because
Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah.
a chocolate shell and inside is cocoa powder or like hot chocolate mix and marshmallow. And they're a pain in the ass to make because you got to try and make sure they get completely sealed. Number one, or the powder leaks out. So I decided to make these new ones, and they are friggin' awesome because I made them. The filling is more of a ganache, so that you can throw it into hot milk, you can throw it into hot coffee, or you can just eat the damn thing. But they're kind of strong, but they taste awesome. So I got to make more because I ate all of those ones or drank. So I think I'm making more tomorrow.
I think that we're going to have to make some more conversation that week because it's time to go home.
That time again.
It's that time again. Mary Jane and her floating hat.
I feel like I should do the whole
I know, it was kind of trippy.
You need some gloves. White gloves.
Yeah, I can see you now. It's just not the same effect.
Yeah.
Then he looks like he's in black and white. Looks like we're watching him on a security camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, just better.
He looks like the mall cop sitting there watching the security cameras.
All right, I gotta go. My kids are...
No, my eyes are starting to droop though.
It's time to say goodnight, folks. We'll be here next week. Thanks for listening. If you're new, come on back. And if you're not, oh well, we'll see you.
Fuck you, Facebook.
Yeah, fuck you, Facebook. You have to find,
What happened to peace, love, and hippie shit, man?
You don't like Zuckerberg?
Who,
right.
Hamburglar?
We're gonna be kicked off of Facebook now for
What?
this.
Say it,
Way
Len.
to go,
Come on,
guys.
say it. Say it.
Fuck
say
you,
it.
Facebook.
I'm already into the 420, damn it.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's all right. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or like